Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 26, 2018. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Supervisor Fewer. Fewer present. Supervisor Kim. Kim not present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan present. Supervisor Safai. Safai present. Supervisor Sheehy. Sheehy present. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie present. Supervisor Tang. Tang not present. Supervisor Yee. Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
Yes, Madam President, there is one to report. This is mostly for the members of the public, as the Board of Supervisors is aware. We are in receipt of a communication dated June 20th, 2018, from President London Breed resigning the office of Board President, effective at the end of today's regularly scheduled meeting, June 26, 2018, and as required by Charter Section 2.116 and Board Rule 6.1.1. Items 53 through 55 are on today's agenda, so the Board may consider nominations, to take public comment on the nominations, and to conduct an election for the next Board President to become effective at adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, is there a motion to approve the minutes from May 22nd, 2018? Moved by Supervisor Tang, seconded by Supervisor Sheehy. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, those meeting minutes will be approved after public comment. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to our first item.
Special order at 2 p.m. is the appearance by the Honorable Mayor Mark Farrell. There being no questions submitted from supervisors representing Districts 1 through 4, the Mayor may now address the Board for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to the Board chamber. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Breed and Mayor-elect Breed. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here once again and for the final time speaking with you as mayor during our monthly question time program. I'm going to be short today, but I just wanted to say that for the past 7.5 years, being able to serve the residents of San Francisco truly has been an honor. As someone like many of us serving in this chamber who was born and raised in San Francisco, it really is impossible to state how significant it has been and what an honor it has been. As a youngster, I would have never been able to imagine that I'd come into the building every day for more than 7 years, working on issues that matter most to San Francisco residents, to our businesses, and to our visitors here in San Francisco. You know, first of all, to represent the residents of District 2, the neighborhoods that I was born and raised in, was an incredible honor, and these past 6 months have been incredibly special as your mayor. As mayor, I've had the honor of working closely with so many people who care so passionately about the city of San Francisco on the issues and challenges that we collectively face and that we all want to address together. It's been a humbling experience and one that I will never forget. I'm also very proud of all that we've accomplished over the past 6 months, and I leave this office with great hope and optimism for the future of our city, because I know San Francisco will be led by a mayor who shares my compassion and dedication to this city. During these turbulent times, when you face a federal administration that specializes in bigotry and cruelty, and a president who preaches hateful and divisive rhetoric, I want to make sure that I pledge my support and full support to Mayor-elect Breed, and I vow to stand by the city and show the country what it means to share in San Francisco values. Mayor-elect Breed and I have already met about the transition. I look forward to continuing to meet in the upcoming week. And I've offered and commit my full support and pledge the full support of my staff to make this transition as smooth as possible. I've talked before about how everyone in the mayor's office was so incredibly kind when I came in, and I pledge to do exactly the same and show the same hospitality for Mayor Breed and her administration. And as I prepare to step down as mayor, I want to again extend my appreciation to the wonderful people of our city family, to the members here on our Board of Supervisors, our department heads, all of our wonderful public employees, and everyone else who I was fortunate enough to work with during my time here in office. It has truly been an amazing ride, and I'm incredibly grateful for all who made this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we appreciate your kind words. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to the consent agenda.
Items 1 through 9 are on consent. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Roll call vote.
On items 1 through 9, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin. Aye. Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy. Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Those items are adopted unanimously. Item number 10, please.
Item 10 is an ordinance to call and provide for a special election on Tuesday, November 6, 2018, for the purpose of submitting to San Francisco voters a proposition for the city and county to incur $425 million of bonded debt to finance the construction, reconstruction, acquisition, improvement, demolition, seismic strengthening, and repair of the Embarcadero seawall and other critical infrastructures to affirm the CEQA determination and make the appropriate findings.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call items 11 and 12 together.
Item 11 is the proposed interim budget and appropriation ordinance to appropriate all estimated receipts and expenditures for departments of the City and County of San Francisco as of June 1st, 2018, for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2019 and June 30th, 2020. Item 12 is the proposed interim annual salary ordinance enumerating positions in the annual budget and appropriation ordinance for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2019 and 2020.
Colleagues, can we take these items, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinances finally pass unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read items 13 through 25 together.
Items 13 through 25 are 13 ordinances that adopt and implement various memoranda of understanding or MOUs between the city and the following union locals for varying terms. Items 13 and 14 are the MOUs between the city and the Firefighters Union, both Locals 798 and Unit 1 and Unit 2, to be effective July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2021. Item 15, ordinance to adopt and implement the decision and award of the Arbitration Board, establishing the MOU between the city and the San Francisco Police Officers Association, effective July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2021. Items 16 and 17, the MOUs between the City and the Municipal Executives Association, Fire and Police, effective both for July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2021. Item 18, ordinance to fix the compensation for persons employed by the City whose compensation is subject to the provisions of Charter Section A8.409 in job codes not represented by an employee organization, and establishing working schedules and other terms and conditions of employment and methods of payment effective July 1st, 2018. For items 19 and 20, on ordinances to adopt and implement Amendment Number 2 to the 2015 through 2018 MOU between the City and the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, Unit 17 and 18, to update certain terms and conditions of employment, to extend the terms for both MOUs through June 30th, 2019. For item 21, adopts and implements Amendment Number 6 to the 2007 through 2018 MOU between the City and the Service Employees International Union Local 1021 for H1 Fire Rescue Paramedics, to update the language and to extend the term of the MOU through June 30th, 2020. For items 22 and 23, adopting and implementing Amendment Number 1 to both the 2014 through 2019 MOU between the City and the Transport Workers Union, Local 250A, the multi-unit, Unit 28, and the Automotive Service Workers, 7410, to implement a union access to new employees program for both. And for item 24, adopting and implementing Amendment Number 1 to the 2014 through 2019 MOU between the City and the Crafts Coalition, also to implement a union access to new employees program. And for item 25, an ordinance to adopt and implement Amendment number 3 to the 2014 through 2019 MOU between the City and the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, Local 21, by adding a one-time base wage increase to Classification 8240, the Public Safety Communications Coordinators, effective July 1st, 2018, and to appropriate $150,000 in training funds for fiscal year 2018 through 19 for a total training fund for that year of $900,000.
All right, colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, the items are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 26.
Item 26 is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to eliminate discretionary review hearings for projects that contain 100% affordable housing upon delegation by the Planning Commission, to provide for Planning Department review of large projects located in C3 downtown commercial districts, and for certain minor alterations to historical landmarks and in conservation districts, to consolidate, standardize, and streamline notification requirements and procedures to include required newspaper notice in residential, commercial, and mixed-use districts, to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, as I discussed last week when we continued this item, the ordinance before us seeks, at least in part, to substantially curtail community involvement in the planning process, and frankly has been shrouded and impervious to community input. I'm talking about the ordinance that's before us. And as I mentioned last week, I wanted time to craft a handful of amendments that are before you to this item that I believe mend or go a long way to mending some of the sources of consternation in this lengthy 70-page long piece of legislation. But first I wanted to reiterate that these amendments that I'm about to propose would preserve the streamlining of approvals for 100% affordable housing projects. And in that regard, I don't think there are two sides to this conversation, but one loud voice in agreement that we are in the midst of a housing crisis, and it's incumbent on the city to do whatever we can to facilitate the construction of 100% affordable housing projects. I can also live with the process improvements for minor alterations to historic landmarks and to large projects in the downtown C3 zone, which is the district that I represent, though I'm not in the least persuaded that any proponent of this measure has met their burden of showing that these changes will alleviate enough pressure on the planning department to perform its other functions. And that brings me to the broader point here, which is that much of this ordinance seeks to solve a problem that is not about the housing crisis that we all agree upon, but rather the fabricated problem of community and neighborhood input in the planning process. The implicit message here is that by removing opportunities for communities and neighborhoods to weigh in, we will be able to build more housing faster. And while there may be room for improvement on some projects, I'm fundamentally of the belief that there is a direct nexus between allowing for a modicum of community input at the front end of the permit review process and the rebuilding of badly needed trust in the exercise of discretion by decision makers in this city and in the institution of government more generally. In the specific issue area of land use and planning, we talk a lot about how community and neighborhood groups exercise their discretion, whether it be through the taking of discretionary review, the environmental review process, or the conditional use authorization process. But we actually talk very little and do even less about the myriad ways that city officials, whether it be the planning department, the MTA, or building department, also exercise discretion, and the direct and indirect harm caused to communities when that discretion is exercised negligently or recklessly. When the city is in a position to exercise discretion at odds with the community and immediate surrounding neighbors, avenues for community input and review are necessary if we're going to build and maintain trust in our local democracy and our planning process. For those reasons, I think it's incumbent on this body at this time to focus on ways to rebuild that trust in the community. And colleagues, while there's ample room for agreement in this extensive ordinance, particularly as it relates to affordable housing, many provisions of the ordinance move us in exactly the opposite direction of building that needed trust. So it is with that preface that I want to propose a number of amendments which we've received lots of emails about as well, and I referenced them last week for your consideration, and I've distributed copies of the proposed amendments. First, let me start by saying they leave all of the ordinance's streamlining provisions for 100% affordable housing projects in place. 100% affordable housing projects would be subject to administrative approval and not subject to discretionary review. 100% affordable housing projects would still be subject to planning director review for consistency with the affordable housing bonus design guidelines and other applicable guidelines. 100% affordable housing projects may also be granted waivers by the planning director from open space, rear yard, and unit exposure requirements. The amendments would maintain the ordinance's streamlined review of large projects located in the C3 and certain minor alterations to historical landmarks subject to Article 10 and 11 of the Planning Code. Amendments would preserve the 30-day notice for all permit applications that are subject to 30-day neighborhood notice in the current planning code in sections 311 and 312. This includes permit applications for changes of use, establishment of formula retail, establishment of cannabis retail or MCD use, and significant residential construction projects, for example, demolitions, entirely new construction, and removal of residential units. Pop-outs, which I think is a term of art and not of science, but extensions into the rear yard up to 12 horizontal feet and 2 stories tall in the rear yard, Planning Code Section 136C, would remain subject to 30-day neighborhood notice. These amendments would subject all other permit applications to standard 20-day neighborhood notice and the other notice procedures set forth in Planning Code Section 333. Finally, it maintains the existing 11 by 17 mailed plan notice, which communities fought for many, many years so they could actually see plans that were meaningful rather than the shrunken ones that used to appear on 8 by 10 pieces of paper, and establish online notice for all permit applications. And with that, I believe Supervisor Ronan has an additional amendment that she spoke to last week that she would like to propose. And otherwise, colleagues, I thank you for your support.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank Supervisor Peskin. And the additional amendment that I spoke about last week has to do with language access. Many of my district's constituents are monolingual Spanish or Chinese speakers and have as much need as English speakers to engage in decisions about construction and land use in our neighborhoods. The amendments that I'm presenting will ensure that people with limited English receive adequate information for these notifications to be meaningful. The amended code language requires that mailed and posted notices comply with the city's language access ordinance and will contain the same basic information translated as is required in English. With these amendments, I am supportive of this legislation. I appreciate that the mayor is encoding elements from the late Mayor Adlee's executive director. I have submitted complementary legislation to ensure that projects that are 100% affordable receive absolute top priority from city departments as they go through the post-entitlement permitting. And this legislation will be at land use next month, and I hope to have your support. But I do believe that we must balance a speedy process with the ability of neighbors to weigh in. And as we're undergoing tremendous change, we need construction and density done right. And we do this best by including the voice of the community. So with these amendments, I am happy to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate colleagues and especially Supervisor Peskin in trying to incorporate some of the feedback that we have heard and that we've all received many, many emails on. However, I just received the final incorporated version of all the amendments just right before this meeting. I am a little concerned. One of the things that I think we have agreed upon is regarding the neighborhood notification, and I expressed that I am okay with neighborhood notification that are subject to 311, 312 to remain at 30 days and the rest to be at 20 days. That would actually augment the amount of public notice for many of the projects that would be subject to 10-day notice and increase it up to 20 days. But I think it's a fine compromise. If people want neighborhood notification, that's something I will agree to. But in just looking over the legislation. For example, this piece in here around alterations, it seems like that's a significant change. And so I was wondering if Supervisor Peskin could actually explain that first.
And also, Supervisor Tang,
Page 41.
these amendments were just passed around. They do seem quite lengthy, and I will definitely continue the discussion, but I would like a moment to take a look at them before we approve them. Supervisor Peskin, you want to respond to Supervisor Tang?
I actually just had a sidebar conversation with Deputy City Attorney Kate Stacy, and it was not our intention to broaden, but there is a little bit of new information. I think we can fix it with a very small tweak. So, Deputy City Attorney Stacy, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, President Breed. Kate Stacy from the City Attorney's Office. The language on page 41, lines 20 and 21, would go back to code language that exists now, and that code language is, well, the language on page 41 starts with an increase in the exterior dimensions of a building, including but not limited to the features set forth in 136C25. The existing code language is, excuse me, I have to find it. Or an increase to the exterior dimensions of a building except those features listed in 136C1 through 136.324 and 136C26. So it would still include the so-called pop-out in 136C25, but it would return to the present code provisions.
That is entirely acceptable to me, and I think addresses through the President to Supervisor Tang what you're getting at and what I intended the amendment to do.
Okay, but I'm not sure that the reason why I supported this out of Land Use Committee was because I thought that this legislation was actually helping to streamline certain things that, such as windows, dormers, or so forth, that we didn't feel should go through notification. I mean, I think bigger projects, yes, neighbors want to know what's going on. But when you were talking about kind of, again, windows and dormers, is that something that we really want to, I think I defer with you on that.
So I would defer to Planning Department staff, but there are all sorts of exceptions currently in the code to Section 311 relative to notice. I believe that those actually include windows and, depending on their dimension, dormers, but I will defer to Planning Department staff.
Thank you, Supervisors. Jacob Bentliff with Planning Department staff. That is correct. There's a number of features in Section 136 which already are exempt from notification. Those are the features in Sections 136C1 through C24 and the features in Section 136C26 as the Deputy City Attorney just read off. C25 is the provision related to that rear yard modification that currently today does require notification.
So what I would suggest is that we further I would make a further amendment, which is to take what Deputy City Attorney Stacy just said on page 41, lines 20 and 21, which is to accept out 136C 1 through 24 and 26.
Maybe she didn't send it. Oh, okay.
Supervisor Tang?
I think it just speaks to the overall nature of the amendments. We got kind of like a draft Word document earlier, but I didn't get to see this until just now. So, there are other things in here. For example, from what I understand from the Planning Department, are generally guidelines for plan submittals that are now codified. There's just so many changes that I'm wondering if either we could delay it to later in the meeting so I could just read through it and understand it, or continue the item itself.
I would prefer the former to the latter, and also, Deputy City Attorney Stacy, if you want to walk us through, I've spoken at a high level about what the amendments I've offered do, but if you want to speak to it, you're welcome to do so. But I'd prefer to see if we can read it during the course of the meeting, come back to it, and if that doesn't work, we can discuss it further.
And I would also add that I'd prefer that we walk through the amendments to make it clear that there's an intention, there's something that there was expected as a result, but this is a very lengthy document, and I can't read this whole document as I manage this meeting. And so either we can walk through these particular amendments to get a better understanding and make proposed changes as it relates to each of those proposed amendments. I think that would be probably most helpful so that we are all on the same page.
And Madam President, I'm happy, I mean, this is a big document, but the amendments from last week are actually only in a handful of places. The first one is on page 29 at line 16 and line 24. Referencing different code sections. The next one is the one we just discussed on page 41. There is a conforming change of a section reference on page 43.
So first of all, Supervisor Peskin, there was a amendment to your amendment, but we haven't passed it.
True.
So I'm going to, basically, you moved an amendment to your amendment. So is there a second to that? Seconded by Supervisor Ronan. Can we take that without objection? Without objection, the amendment to the amendment that has not passed has actually passed. You guys understood that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we still have an amendment with an adjustment that we are actually going through now as we speak, and so we are at the next one.
The
Page
bulk-
41, so that's incorporated now as a result of that change.
Correct. And then the bulk of the amendments are in, depending whether you have a yellow one or a gray one, are the notification sections starting at page 44, including the language access amendments.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
can you go back to page 43 with, so there was a change in the section, and can you explain why?
Yes, so
A lot of changes.
this was to make it clear that removal of residential units would require 30-day notice pursuant to Section 311 of the code. So I earlier said, and Ms. Stacy, feel free to jump in, but I earlier said that I thought that that should require additional notice. Removal of residential units should not be a 20-day notice, and so that now ties it to Section 311 rather than Section 333.
Got it.
Did I describe that correctly, Counselor?
Yes, President Breed, Kate Stacy from the City Attorney's Office. It might help to just step back a minute and provide some overarching guidance. The mayor's ordinance originally took out all of the notification procedures and put them into Section 333. Supervisor Peskin's amendment restores some of the notice requirements in Section 311, including, starting on page 44, I think Supervisor Peskin was just about to start describing this. All of the new underlining is restoring language that's already in the code, but that the original ordinance had deleted because of the reference to Section 333. So these amendments effectively have two different kinds of notice. The notice that would be required for Section 311, which is both a 30-day notice plus all of these sort of contents of notice and who gets notice provisions that start on page 44. And then all other permits would look to Section 333 for those notification guidelines. And that there are many details probably that you might want to discuss within that, but that's sort of the big picture of what these notification amendments do in this version.
So just for clarity, it seems like we're extending the notification beyond what we anticipated based on the discussion the last time we talked about this, because it seems like it's being layered on top of additional notification. That's what I thought I just heard. Supervisor Peskin?
No. Section 311 notice would remain as Section 311 notice is today and has been for many, many years. There are other notices that were never under 311, other parts of the planning code, notices that either were 20 days in duration or 10 days in duration. Those would fall under Section 333 and would not be changed.
Okay. Do we want to continue through the Supervisor Tang?
Sorry, just one question based on that last comment, because on page 43, though, we are changing removal of residential units instead of 20 days will be 30 days, though. So that's different from what was originally proposed. And then also on page 48, starting on line 20, DR's discretionary reviews will be 30 days instead of 10 days. So that is a change that is different, again, from what we were discussing. Maybe we can go to Kate Stacy.
President Breed, that is true. I'm sorry. On the bottom of page 48, that is a change from current code requirements from what I think is 10 days to 30 days. I need to look at the code to verify those dates, and I'll check the other dates that Supervisor Tang just mentioned.
So, Supervisor Tang, was that it?
I mean, there's more. Again, I mentioned earlier that there are a lot of planning submittal guidelines that have now newly been codified. So I just feel like a lot of this is actually going backwards in terms of what the legislation was originally achieving. So maybe we do need to just continue to the end of the meeting or something like that so that we can.
So we're going to go to our
yeah.
commendations, but before we do that, Supervisor Safai, did you have any comments to make?
Just real quick, through the thank you, President Breed, and I appreciate what Supervisor Peskin's trying to do. I understand the intent. One of the things that I just want to keep in mind in this conversation is that part of the process improvements were designed to remove staff time from doing some of this administrative work in terms of notification and freeing that time up to focus on some of the important work that we're trying to get done in the city and as it relates to housing production. And so in committee, we were presented with the description of how this notification in terms of, for instance, sending out a full set of plans as part of 311 for some of the small improvements that are requested. I am all for notification. I am 100% for that. But one of the proposals that we discussed in land use was that there would be a mandatory pre-application hearing. I think Supervisor Peskin and I have discussed that, and others have discussed that that is really where the work gets done. That is where good design, good conversation, and the people that care the most are the adjacent neighbors and the rear neighbors. And I think that from when we've talked about how the intent is to force the conversation to have with your neighbors. And I think that is a really important part. You never would want this to happen in such a way that neighbors would not be noticed or not be notified or would not have access to a full set of plans. I think a mandatory pre-application hearing forces that conversation, forces a full set of plans. And I think that one of the issues that I have is that we're trying to truly just free up some staff time so that we can put some of this important housing development on the agenda and move it forward. That's the only issue that I had, and that's why I think this warrants a little bit more conversation. So, but I'm happy to hear from the sponsoring supervisor.
Supervisor Peskin?
So as I tried to say at the beginning, rear yard pop-outs aren't about solving San Francisco's housing crisis. Our planning department is a fee-driven department, for better or for worse. And the reality is this whole notion that it frees up staff time is rather questionable, if not dubious. And the reason I say that is because every one of these applicants, the fees that they are paying is what pays the staff. They're not being paid with ad valorem tax revenue. They're being paid by fees. So the notion that you stop fees in one place and somehow this is miraculously going to free up staff time doesn't make sense. If you got this other project, that project has fees, whether it's, Lennar at the shipyard or a conditional use. So the reason I think at a high level the desire to streamline 100% affordable housing projects makes sense is because that's what the crisis is. But the whole notion that we're wiping out community involvement over the things that drive neighbors and neighborhoods crazy and reduce trust in the planning department has nothing to do with the provision of affordable housing, which is why, look, 80% of this ordinance is good, and I support it. And by the way, is consistent with a legacy of policy in this chambers, whether all of the steps that Supervisor Kim took, that Supervisor Wiener agreed with, to streamline conditional use authorization around 100% affordable housing projects. That makes sense. But then disenfranchising people from the planning process, where the planning process often gets better, where people resolve neighborhood disputes, has really nothing to do with addressing the housing crisis. It's just about shutting people out of, community input.
Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you, President Breed. I just want to add that, I think this is a really important piece of legislation, and of course is evidenced by my inbox right now, and, what Supervisor Peskin just said. On Sunday evening, I was at the home of one of my constituents for 2 hours talking about this and telling them I would involve them in this process. And as I said last week, it's important for me to have that dialogue with my neighbors. So I feel like even if I were to read all of these and understand them, I'm not going to have the opportunity to go back to the people that I've been working with. And I feel like it would be disingenuous in me to vote for something like right now. I feel like I'm being asked to vote on something to make sure that neighborhoods have noticed, yet I'm not noticing them about the amendments. And although, I think there's probably there's things that I agree with, but I'm just not going to have that opportunity to finalize those conversations with everybody that I've been speaking to on these amendments. So I would be supportive of a continuance on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Stephanie. And seeing no other names on the roster, we have 2:30 commendations to do, and we will come back to this item and make a determination as to whether or not we will continue the item with or without the amendments. And with that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Cohen for our first commendation today.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to take a moment and from the deliberations of this important legislation to really stop and thank an incredible neighborhood leader. I want to introduce to some of you a woman by the name of Marie Harrison. Please give her a round of applause as she comes down. Please come to the mic. Marie Harrison has just been a stalwart in the Bayview community. She has been an environmental activist for as long as I've known her. So she'll tell you for how long she's been doing this. And the reason why I wanted to take a moment to just to recognize her leadership is because I wanted to, this is my last year on the Board of Supervisors, and it's an opportunity also to be very honest. She and I haven't seen eye to eye on every single thing.
This is true.
This is true. But the mark of a good woman, two good women, is being able to put our differences aside and being able to recognize when the community is in crisis and roll up our sleeves and work together. And I just wanted to recognize you publicly for your tremendous dedication to the Bayview community. In honor of your leadership, advocacy, and lifelong dedication to the environmental health and justice issues in the Bayview Hunters Point community, and in recognition of your commitment to improving the health of community members for over 2 decades. She's been doing this well before I even stepped on this scene. And I want to recognize that, and I pay my respects to you. And so this is a certificate of honor signed by all of my colleagues here on the Board of Supervisors, just as a small token of our appreciation and our affection, as well as mutual respect for your work. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Okay, so you can tell that they love me. So first of all, Supervisor Cohen, I realize this is your last year, and you're correct. We have been able to set aside our differences, and that is truly a remarkable thing. It shows that there's growth, and it shows that there's sheer honesty in our work. And I'd like to say to you personally, I thank you, and I think I'm about old enough to be your mother, so that's okay. I appreciate that. To all of the other supervisors, let me tell you thank you. I appreciate you, but I would be remiss if I did not ask you to continue to support the community's effort in getting this shipyard cleaned completely, i.e., a full retesting of the shipyard. I don't want to see another family out there and be worried to death that they don't know if they're safe or not. And you know it's not safe yet. So let's do that. 2, and I got about 4 here, but let me just skip to the ones because I know you guys have the letter. And I don't want to hold you guys up because at the end I have one little thing else I need to say. I believe, and I hope that you believe, that the retesting has to happen. It's a must. And not just a scanning, but a retesting. You guys are endowed with the ability to make sure that our community and our new community members are safe. That's all I'm asking. That's all any of us are asking. It has nothing to do with you being new into the community or even us being displaced. We're going to fight displacement anyway. But I'd like to see you guys stay on our side with this. Do the right thing. That means saying no to corporate interests and remembering the communities that you actually work for. Support the community in their efforts to have oversight of this cleaning because, trust me, your community members and mine are going to be the ones who are going to make sure that every stone is unturned and to make sure that that site is clean, whether it be for us or for someone else. I don't have any desire to see another child be made ill in 10 years from now, okay? I really don't. And understand that it's taking about that much time for every new member of our community to start showing the effects that my community has been showing for decades, okay? Lastly, to our new mayor, congratulations. I need you to do one thing for me. You got an invitation, we asked for an invitation to speak with you. Please honor that invitation and let us speak with you. And by the way, show them what you can do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here to support Marie Harrison, please stand up. If you're here to support Marie Harrison, please stand up. Show her your love.
Don't leave just yet, Ms. Harrison. There will be a photo with you and Supervisor Cohen. Thank you again for your advocacy, and we will get that shipyard cleaned up. Let's give her another round of applause. All right, next up for our next special commendation will be given by Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to take the moment to bring up Chief Rosemary Bosk to the podium. And I also want to welcome our Director at Department of Building Inspections, Tom Huey, and also staff, many of the members of the DBI family who are here today to honor Rosemary. For those of you that don't know, Rosemary is finally retiring much to the chagrin of many of us here in this room who don't want her to retire. And I just want to acknowledge your 32 years of service to our city, protecting our residents, many who are our most vulnerable residents living in substandard housing. She is the longest running chief at the Department of Building Inspections Housing Inspection Department, and she has helped bridge the gap between tenants and landlords by overseeing programs run by the Apartment Association and different single-room occupancy SRO collaboratives, mediating disagreements between landlords and tenants, and working collectively to remedy substandard housing condition. Over her 32 years, she has overseen thousands of cases, countless violations abated. And let's just highlight a few examples of her accomplishments and victories, including cases taken to court. In my district, 308 Turk Street, which had over 200 housing code violations, 38 notices of violations, and 19 directors' hearing. I still remember vividly the testimonial of an immigrant parent with a baby who recounted the level of mold her small child was exposed to. The other violations that they faced included lack of heat, lack of security, leaking pipes, and rodent inflation. We were eventually able to work with 308 Turk, which became part of our small site acquisition program and is now under the ownership of the San Francisco Land Trust, where the tenants now co-own cooperatively this now permanently affordable housing with the San Francisco Land Trust. 245 Leavenworth was another one with 400 code violations, including vermin, bed bugs, and garage piles. In 2004, she worked with our city attorney's office to take on Aimco. At the time, the nation's largest owner of subsidized housing, where over 600 violations were found. The company had refused to move forward on basic attempts to abate. In 2002, had worked with Supervisor Malia Cohen and the City Attorney's Office, working to protect hundreds of tenants, primarily African American and Latino, in 32 residential rental properties by securing a 5-year injunction on a notorious landlord with 467 housing violations, which include caved-in ceilings and raw sewage spills. You also have worked closely with the board, actively promoting different legislation and task force, and you have been incredibly resourceful in helping us craft key and meaningful legislation. I want to thank you for your work on the sprinkler ordinance, which has saved countless lives in our SRO units. Before this legislation, we had lost 1,600 units of SRO housing to fires in 15 years. The number is significantly less now, and I can't tell you what a difference that has probably made in the district that I represent alone that we cannot count. I also want to thank you for working with us so closely over a year on the bedbug legislation to ensure that we create better enforcement and mechanisms to protect our tenants under bedbug infestation. Working closely last year with Supervisor Peskin to safeguard against SROs, helping to prevent the conversion of affordable housing into hotels. Working with Supervisor David Campos to require landlords with fire-damaged buildings to create action plans for displaced tenants, because we've been finding that many tenants have been displaced from their homes due to a fire with no plan of a right to return, and often no communication with the tenants when those units were reestablished. When Chief Bosk isn't working to keep bedbugs out of her home or prevent the next four-alarm fire, she can be found with her husband, Dan, an engineer at UC Riverside, her daughter, Gracie, a production assistant for NBA TV, and yes, go Warriors. And she's also known for her love of horses and actually has a horse in Oregon, which I did not know until today. I just have to say, coming to represent our city, I think one of the highlights is meeting so many dedicated, smart, and passionate city public servants that defy the stereotype of the government bureaucrat that doesn't care, that's just coming in to check in for their paycheck. You are not only someone that works incredibly hard, you're passionate, you're proactive, you look for ways to solve long-term problems and not just plug in the gap wherever you can here and there. And I just want to thank you for proactively always reaching out to all of our offices to demand and expect better ordinances and legislation that can help us in our work to really protect the people that need it the most, our residents. We want to make sure that all of our residents live in safe, and habitable housing. Housing alone is not enough. And without the work of your leadership and the entire department at DPI and your team, we would not be able to do the incredible work that I'm so, so proud the city and county of San Francisco does. So thank you for your 32 years of passion and work. We wish you would stay a little longer. You still can, even if we give you this commendation, if you want to change your mind. But I do want to give my colleagues an opportunity to say a few words as well to you, Rosemary.
Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you so much. Rosemary, when Carolyn told me you were retiring, the first thing I said is, we have her cell phone, right? Because I cannot imagine this city without you. And I just want to echo everything that Supervisor Kim said. You, without a doubt, are an example of a true public servant who loves and cares about your job and realizes the power you have to make such a difference throughout our city, and especially for low-income tenants. We're going to be introducing in a couple weeks, I think, perhaps your last brainchild piece of legislation to further protect residents from fire safety violations. And I'm so glad that we will be introducing that piece of legislation in your honor. But I just want to thank you so much from my time working for David Campos as a legislative aide to being a supervisor. You're one of those gems in city departments that makes our job so much easier and inspires us to think creatively and outside of the box on solutions to some of the hardest problems. You're just an incredible human being. I cannot thank you enough for everything you've done for our city and for the residents of this city. And I hope you're going to get time to enjoy life for yourself. But I hope you don't mind if we call you every once in a while just to pick your brain on the hardest issues, because you're one of our favorite brains to pick. Congratulations.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Rosemary, I just wanted to lend my office's gratitude for your service. As Supervisor Kim mentioned, you were more than instrumental in our work to ultimately unanimously pass historic first in a third of a century reforms to our SRO hotel conversion ordinance, and your incredible knowledge of the most minute policy detail, combined with your on-the-ground and your staff's on-the-ground real-life experience, informed not only that piece of legislation but countless others that are for the protection of our most vulnerable residents. So your leadership and expertise will be sorely missed, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I wanted to add my voice to this chorus to say thank you. It's really has been fun. I worked with you more earlier on in my career in working with some reforms and budget issues around DBI, but you definitely have a phenomenal depth of knowledge when it comes to the finer details of policy. And I want to wish you luck on the next as you transition from one stage in your life into the next. I'm so excited for you, and I'm very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to add my name and my voice and everything to honoring you here today. I want to bring up a special situation that we were involved in together that your staff and you in particular were extremely important to, and that was the individuals that we found living underground in dungeon-like conditions, and your staff moved tremendously fast, and you led that charge. And we had early conversations, and you all, particularly through your leadership, saw it through all the way until the end, where we got them out safely, housed in transitional housing, and now in supportive housing. So we really, really appreciate what you did, and that's just one small example of what you've dedicated your career to. So you are one of the examples of a fine public servant. So thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you.
So before we come up to take our obligatory photo, Director Bosky, we want to invite you up to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim, and very kind words. It's kind of hard to sit up here and hear all that, but thank you. I am very humbled by your kind thoughts. As you know, I'm not standing up here by myself. There are a lot of people standing behind me, and I would ask our community partners if they would stand up that are in the office, that are in the room here, everybody that works on the SRO task force and COP, if those individuals could stand so we could have you represented, because about 30 years ago, the entity that predated the Department of Building Inspection had a certain regulatory, or I will say bunker mentality, that all code enforcement cases had a 30, 60, or 90-day notice of violation. Then it went through a cycle of 2 administrative hearings, and that was considered the measure of success, regardless of whether we ever got compliance or affected the safety of the occupants or affected their quality of life. And we've come a long way with this board's support, with Director Huey, with Deputy Director Lowry, with Senior Inspector Jamie Seven-Matsu, who taught me a great deal about collaboration with our community partners. We know that regulation as a singular approach does not work. Writing a notice of violation does not necessarily equate to housing preservation and maintaining the quality of life for people that occupy our residences, our residential hotels, and our apartment buildings. How many times have we seen that the common area of a building can look pristine, but the individual units, the guest rooms, and the dwelling units could look entirely differently? So I am honored, and thank you for allowing my input and my collaboration, and that is the key word. That is the other part of this process, the collaboration with my colleagues and our community partners. And with that, I will tell you, I am very much optimistic as we move forward as far as that is concerned. I have to say, as I've been cleaning out my office and going through all the different paper, I was reminiscent of some of the long, kind words that Supervisor Kim mentioned. I had forgotten of a lot of those things that we had worked on and spent a tremendous amount of time on. I have to also tell you that it took my retirement to get my husband and my daughter in this room. So I want to thank them for their patience with me and acknowledge some very special people. The housing division does not run without the administrative support. Bernadette Perez? Bernadette is, and as I leave, the division will be in very good hands. Also, I want to again thank Director Huey and Deputy Director Dan Lowry, the commission. And also, I saw Kate Stacy there. Judy Boyajian isn't here, I believe, but I'm sure she's probably watching, I hope. I have to say that all those years of collaborating with Judy on legislation has been an absolute thrill, very gratifying. And we now have, thanks to all of your insight, we have legislation in residential hotels where we have postings. In apartment buildings, people now are empowered to understand whether they're protected or not as far as fire is concerned. We have many things that we didn't have before. Now we're truly measuring success as far as the quality of life. So with that, I want to read one thing for you, and that is one of the major goals of the Department of Building Inspection as far as its strategic plan. It says, provide inspections to enforce codes and standards to protect occupants' rights, ensuring safety and quality of life. I mentioned to Bill Strawn that, wow, that's kind of provocative language, and he said, well, you wrote it. So the thing is we now have that in our strategic plan. Going forward, that would have been unheard of 30 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah.
So folks can stand behind me, so you're standing here.
Okay, I'm standing here.
You save like hell.
And folks gather around Rosemary. This is her father. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again, Ms. Vasquez, and thank you so much for your service to the City and County of San Francisco. Okay, we actually have one more special commendation, and we wanted everyone to know that today we are celebrating a very special day. In fact, it is the birthday of the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Angela Calvillo. We not only want to wish her a happy birthday, but we also want to express our appreciation for not only the hard work that she does, but her entire team to keep meetings running on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. We are so grateful, and a testament to Ms. Calvillo's hard work is the fact that instead of taking the day off, she is here at the Board of Supervisors working, and we truly appreciate you, and we just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Supervisor Peskin.
So, Madam Clerk, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, here's some sunflowers. You continue to not only know the details of protocol, but conduct yourself with grace and aplomb, and remain the board's guiding light. And I have to say, in my position as board president, the best hire I ever made.
Thank you. And with that, colleagues, we will go back to our agenda, and I do want to come back to the item that we left off from, item number 26, and wondering what we'd like to do. Supervisor Tang?
Can I just ask to delay this to later in the meeting so I can speak with Supervisor Peskin?
Okay, Supervisor, so we will delay it until later in the meeting. Let's go to item number 27.
Item 27 is a resolution that pertains to community and neighborhood outreach advertising, and to designate the following community newspapers as the papers we will advertise in, to provide outreach advertising for fiscal years 2018 through 2019, to the Small Business Exchange for the African American community, to El Reportero for the Hispanic community, to the Bay Area Reporter for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, Jasmine Blue Media, doing business as the Marina Times for the Marina neighborhood, and the Potrero View for the Potrero Hill, Bayview, Mission Bay, and Soma neighborhoods.
Thank you. And colleagues, I'm very concerned about this particular item. I know that this is about small business outreach, and we've come up against this situation in the past. We know that for neighborhood newspapers to survive, sometimes it is a challenge. And we also know that sometimes our bureaucratic process can be problematic for submittals from these small institutions. And I will say that in reviewing this item, I was very disappointed that the Bayview was not listed. I know the Sun Reporter has made it clear that the reason why they don't continue to bid is because it's very complicated and time-consuming to facilitate this process as an awardee. And I am also surprised that Sing Tao and World Journal are not included in this list, and I do think that that's a problem. The whole point is to make sure that we are providing opportunities for newspapers, community newspapers, to notice to the communities that they represent, that they serve, an opportunity to know what is happening in the city and county of San Francisco. I mean, we are in the process of talking about notification in item number 26 and the need to make sure that neighbors are notified properly for the purposes of providing community feedback on these particular projects. And so I am not satisfied that the work was done to ensure that those smaller newspapers who should be included in this process are included. And even though I do know that there might have been a late submittal here or there, the whole point is to make it easier for these particular newspapers to have a seat at the table so that the outreach is done properly. And so I'm very concerned, and I would like to ask that we continue this item into for the next 2 weeks to the meeting of July 10th so that we can get clarity on that particular matter, and there could be sufficient outreach to those particular newspapers to include them in this particular contract. And seeing no other, I will make that motion. Supervisor Peskin?
I just had a question for either staff or the relevant committee, just as to, I guess that would have been Budget and Finance Committee, just as to what the presentation was and why Singtao, World Journal, Sun Reporter are not there. You said Sun Reporter.
And the Bayview.
And the Bayview.
And the Sun Reporter, who I reached out to, basically said that dealing with this process is challenging. She is a small business owner with basically 1.5 employees, and the time that it takes to not only go through the process to provide a submission, but also what the city requires to do business makes it very difficult for her to compete in this particular contract. And so she says that it's more of a burden than it's worth. And so that was the feedback that I got specifically from the Sun Reporter as to why they did not make a submission. But I do know that Singtao submitted, and I think and I think that World Journal submitted as well. So I think that there's a problem here that we need to address. Supervisor Fewer.
Yes, I also mentioned this at the Budget Committee meeting, is that I noticed also that the Richmond Review wasn't there and that the Marina Times was, and I questioned that, and they said that they had not submitted a proposal. So but thank you for actually asking about the process and whether or not that process is as inclusive as it could be.
Thank you. And I think we have someone from the City Administrator's Office who'd like to explain what occurred.
Yes, and good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Alex DeGraffney. I work in the Office of Contract Administration, and all the firms that were mentioned today, we did do the outreach to those firms. However, for the firms that you did mention, we did not receive proposals in. We did receive a proposal from Singtao. It was late, though. So from as a technical standpoint, we didn't have the option to and to recommend the as award into Singtao. The one issue or the one problem, I'm assuming, though, that is ever causing some difficulty for some of the papers that were mentioned, and this is all driven and specifically in the code is that, and the newspapers have to be printed here in the city of San Francisco. And as you know, as you've been talking earlier about the cost of housing, and that same thing impacts and the small businesses here in San Francisco. So the cost of owning a print shop and having the printing done in San Francisco could be the problem. I have not ever polled all those companies that were mentioned, but if you like, that is something that as our office can do, but I can tell you that in the way that the code is written, you are required to have the printing done here in the city, in the county of San Francisco, and that's been one of the factors that we have seen that has impacted some of the firms, which also includes Singtao.
And I thought that we had a discussion about this a few years ago, and I don't recall exactly, what the follow-up was, but I know that there were members of this board who had expressed a desire to make sure that those papers that actually serve communities in San Francisco, especially the smaller businesses, have a real opportunity to compete for the purposes of making sure that we are distributing information with all of these outlets. And we didn't want these particular newspapers that are community serving to be left out. I don't recall what took place, the follow-through in that conversation, but I was just wondering if this is delayed 2 additional weeks, would that be problematic?
I don't believe it'd be as a problematic issue. I don't know if, as we'd be able to necessarily solve the problem as far as the way the code is written, but I know in the past the board has exercised some level of discretion as far as allowing some firms through, and as our office, it can certainly work with and so with the board on the particular and the firms that they do have in mind.
So you don't believe that, what were the things that were done in the past to address this issue? Because I do recall the Bayview actually being on this list, so I'm not certain what could have happened in that case.
And the thing, what I'm referring to, as Madam President, is I don't understand in the past, I believed in the past that the board has exercised some discretion to allow certain firms to be as awarded contracts. As written, as our office doesn't have the indiscretion to and to override that, but I think at this at the board level, they have exercised the indiscretion to allow certain firms to be as awarded contracts.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
That's just what I was going to say. In the past, I mean, the OCA, let me take a step back. This was a goofy ballot initiative that one newspaper put on several decades ago. That newspaper does not exist anymore. It was meant for that newspaper to get all of the official advertising. But the way it is written, the Office of Contract Administration can't recommend things, but the board can do what it wants. And in the past, I remember this very clearly, we would look at their recommendations and then we would add the Singtao and the World Journal and, you know, the Bayview, and I don't actually remember adding the Sun Reporter because my recollection is that they didn't even apply. But we have the discretion to do that, whether it's today or 2 weeks from now, and we should just do that.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. And I would say that we should do a 2-week continuance and connect with those particular newspaper outlets and then make the amendments at the meeting of July 10th. Supervisor Cohen.
You know, this is an issue, like Supervisor Peskin said, that comes up annually, and we do handle it. I don't think we need to wait 2 weeks. I think it can be addressed today. We dealt with it again in Budget Committee. That's why it's here before us. I personally have reached out to the Sun Reporter. She too, she's consistently has expressed no interest. The Bayview newspaper has had the opportunity in years past, and is going through a little transition right now. The way we can easily solve this problem is to bring a charter amendment to voters and make a slight change. That's it, a simple charter amendment to voters. So if anyone's not doing anything, maybe some colleagues will be interested in bringing a simple charter amendment to the voters to change something like this. But in all seriousness, we can address this today and be done with it and not even worry about it in 2 weeks.
So, Supervisor Cohen, are you suggesting that, or you have been in contact with the Bayview and they said that they are not interested?
No, I can't say that I can't say that on the record. I can say, though, they are very familiar with the process, and I believe that they have made a decision not to. If you want, we can postpone it. I can make a phone call and reach out to them to find out, and hopefully we can deal with this matter before the close of business today.
Okay.
It's just, I don't think we need to prolong it to 2 weeks. It's just a simple call.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that those, I would like us to move this item to later in the agenda.
Okay.
Connect with the newspapers that were mentioned, and if there is interest, I'd like my colleagues to support an amendment to include them in this contract. Supervisor Kim.
I was just clarifying that both Singtao and World Journal did actually apply.
Yes.
But they don't have
correct.
printing that takes place, that's located in San Francisco.
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just going to say, I know this will be on later at the board meeting, but being that those 2 newspapers do have an interest in participating, but were not selected because of this requirement that OC
OCA.
OCA, sorry, we have so many. We have OCII coming later to us. OCEA could not recommend those two. I will be making a motion to include those two publications.
Okay, Supervisor Kim has made a motion to include those two publications and seconded by Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion is approved. Supervisor Cohen?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask this gentleman, did the Bayview newspaper apply?
No, ma'am.
No, they did not? Okay.
But even though they did not apply, that does not prohibit us from including them in this.
That's correct.
I don't believe so, no.
And then also they've applied in the past, but they are dealing with capacity issues, from my understanding.
I'm not aware if they did or not in the past.
Okay, Supervisor Cohen?
Yes, I'll make a motion to include the Bayview.
All right, Supervisor Cohen has made a motion, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion passes unanimously. And on the item as amended, colleagues, can we take that same House, same call? Without objection, the resolution as amended passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Please read item number 28.
Item 28 is a resolution to designate San Francisco Print Media Company, doing business as the San Francisco Examiner, to be the official newspaper of the City and County of San Francisco for all official advertising for fiscal year 2018 through 2019.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you very much. I wanted to see if there might be a willingness to try to amend this item so that we could at least include advertisement in the Chronicle for half the year like we have done in the past. I know that we have in our last item about housing streamlining talked a lot about neighborhood notification, people wanting to understand information fully. I do know that the Chronicle has yearly readership that is about double than the Examiner, and so wanted to see if we can include the Chronicle as part of this.
And thank you again, Supervisors. I completely support that. We have a number of newspapers that exist in San Francisco, and regardless of how we may or may not like a particular newspaper outlet, I do think that we do this city a disservice by not including notifications in all newspapers that exist when the opportunity presents itself. So with that motion that you are proposing, Supervisor Tang, I'm happy to second it. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Respectfully, through the chair to Supervisor Tang, let me just set forth my arguments as to why I don't think that's a good idea. And they really don't have to do with the media content of either publication. One thing that I think is important is that one paper is free, the other one costs $2. The other thing is that in the old days when we did split it, 6 months and 6 months, it's for people who don't use the internet, who actually go out and read the official publications. You don't know which paper you're supposed to be reading, which half of the year. So I think consistency is very important. And then finally, San Francisco is what I call a 1.5 newspaper town. And if we want to maintain if we want to have another newspaper of record, keeping the Examiner, which lives on a shoestring budget, I think is good for media diversity, again, regardless of content. And so to that end, I will respectfully oppose that motion.
And Supervisor Peskin, just for clarity, the Examiner is not printing every day anymore. How often is it printing? They don't have actual physical papers except for a reduced amount of time.
3 days a week.
3 days a week? Thank you. Really? Supervisor Ronan.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Supervisor Peskin and underscore his last point, which is that over the years we have lost so many print newspapers in this city, and every time we lose another paper, I think that's a detriment to all of us, that having different sources, different points of view, a robust media, especially at this time when there is such an attack from the federal government on media, is incredibly important. And we have an ability here as the city to help keep a paper afloat that provides that diverse voice. And so I do not agree with the amendment as put forth by Supervisor Tang.
So in the process of helping to keep paper afloat that is not print it every day, we're denying the opportunity to provide another source for people to be exposed to the information. That's what I'm most concerned about. So if there is, for example, a recommendation that could help support that without taking away the ability to use a paper like the Chronicle as a way to communicate to the public, I want to see us do something other than, just for the purposes of keeping this paper afloat, which I think is very important and is necessary, but maybe there's an opportunity to look at a different percentage or look at making amendments to the contract. But somehow I do think it's still important to use the Chronicle as a vehicle for communicating what we need to the public. Supervisor Ronan?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I was wondering if I could ask OCA, given that the Examiner is printed 3 days a week, when do these advertisements go out?
And the advertisements go out, I think, and typically you have to give notice in the evening before. As our office is working with and the clerk of the board's office, as approach that OCA was going to recommend to the board was to have as a primary and as a secondary provider. So in this case, the primary provider would be the as examiner, because and they were the highest ranking firm. They were the highest ranking and responsive firm. And to be clear, however, though, on the off days where we didn't have a service, say on as a Monday or Tuesday, and we needed to get something in the paper that day, that would be and when we would then turn to in the Chronicle. So we would not be taking any opportunities away from the as examiner, and they would be and the primary contract holder. If over the course of this contract, if they did start to change and print every day again, then all that work would go to them. So the work that would be going to the Chronicle would only be on the days that the as examiner is not in print.
And so we are publishing everyday advertisements?
As of right now, no, because we only have the work through the as the examiner. But and through these contracts, we would be able to advertise every day.
Okay, and sorry, maybe this question then through the chair to the clerk of the board, perhaps. Would the best case scenario be that we have access to a print newspaper every single day to print notices, because it's all committee hearings, it's all...
Yes, through the president, absolutely.
Yes.
We are in agreement with what Alaric is recommending.
Okay, and also through the president, Supervisor Tang, was that your amendment? What?
Through the chair to Supervisor Ronan, my original amendment was just what I had seen us do before at this board, which is splitting it half year, so it's less confusing. But I also see what OCA is saying.
So would you be amenable to a friendly amendment adopting OCA's recommendation?
I guess so. I mean, if that's the direction that we all want to go with, then I think that is the way to.
Supervisor Ronan?
So to restate it, unless do you want me to make the motion?
Well, first of all, Supervisor Tang, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, withdraw my second. And Supervisor Ronan?
Yes, so I would make a motion to adopt OCA's recommendation to make the San Francisco Examiner the primary newspaper for announcements of meetings, for official announcements, with the Chronicle as the secondary. And so the impact of that, just to explain a little bit more, would be that given that the Examiner is only printing 3 days a week at this time, that on those 3 days, that will be the primary newspaper. If the Examiner in the future goes back to a 5-day print cycle, then they would take over 5 days a week. But in the meantime, the Chronicle would be the backup print paper.
Okay, Mr. Givner, is that okay, or do we need the language, or is that sufficient?
That's sufficient. We can amend the resolution.
So Supervisor Ronan has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Seeing Supervisor Kim.
Can I just understand exactly what that's going to mean?
And that's going to mean that as working with the clerk of the board's office on days when they know that, say for example, that they know that they needed to get as notice in the newspaper on a Monday. On those days, we work through as a clearinghouse, and that clearinghouse will and direct the advertisement to the in the Chronicle. However, if the advertisement we know is going to be falling on a Wednesday or Thursday, and I believe on Sunday, as a Sunday, then they will work and direct that work to the as Examiner.
So the Examiner only prints on Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday?
Yes.
That's correct. Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday through the president.
And if that increases, then basically that the use of the Examiner will be what we would consider. So if it goes from 3 days to 4 days, then we would use them for the 4 days instead of the 3 days, based on what I heard from the amendment and what was cleared through our Attorney General. Supervisor Kim? Attorney General, I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
I'm happy to promote,
City Attorney.
I'm happy to promote Mr. Givner. So what is it that we do today with the reduced printing for the San Francisco Examiner?
And today it's my understanding that we only have the option of imprinting notices in the as Examiner. So if there were something to come up, and we could not, as a city, print in the Chronicle, so we have to coordinate and the notice printing around those days for the as Examiner.
So currently, the clerk's office works to consolidate our notices on the days that the Examiner prints.
I believe so, yes.
I just think it's very confusing to have two different papers, and you don't. I would prefer to stay with one paper. That's just my opinion. I won't be supporting this amendment. If we think it's confusing to bifurcate 6 months and 6 months, it's going to be even more confusing to bifurcate by days. And so I think that we should continue to work to consolidate our notices on the days that they publish. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
And Ms. Calvillo wants to, I think, provide some clarity.
Thank you, Madam President. To Supervisor Kim, I have been contacted by the MTA, who actually has 10-day, 5-day notices, and what it has done for their noticing, it has expanded their noticing period by 2 weeks. So they are concerned they need to publish 5 consecutive days at least, and currently with the Examiner now just reducing down to 3 days, it has, like I said, expanded their noticing period for items to be before the commission.
I don't see an issue with us having to notify earlier than the 5 or 10 day requirement. And I find it aggravating when we miss notifications because they're so close to the commission date. It just means that there wasn't good preparation, that we're bringing in items last minute. I just think that's not the best way to do business, and that we should know in advance what we're notifying for.
Well, we do sometimes know in advance, but what happens when the board calls a special meeting or any other commissions call a special meeting, or there's a special committee meeting that any of the chairs decide to hold? So I just, from my perspective, I just think that it's more responsible for us to have at least a backup, an alternative, if necessary, to use for that purpose. So I think that's what this is about more so, and I understand that it might seem confusing, but the fact is, I think that it's important that we have as many notification outlets with all of our newspapers as possible for full transparency to the public. Supervisor Kim?
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just think that the intent of this law is for some type of consistency so that people know where to get notifications. If it's in 2 different newspapers, I don't think we're truly fulfilling the intent or the spirit of the law. And if we just say, because what we're basically saying is we're writing off our obligation, saying it's printed somewhere, just go and find it. That to me is not the spirit of the law. It means that we're following the law and doing some type of notification. I would prefer, I haven't heard complaints about it thus far. This is how we've been doing it since the Examiner has reduced its publication date. This is the first that I've heard that this is an issue. If it was such an issue, I think I would have heard about it prior to today's meeting. I won't be supporting the amendment.
And just to be clear, it's my understanding that in the past, we have just supported both newspapers, which is why it hasn't been a problem.
In the past 2 years, the Examiner has been our sole provider. This is the 3rd year that we would be doing that same contract. Previous to 3 years ago, we did provide it to both the Examiner and the Chronicle.
Right. And supervisors, and within in the current year, within the last, or at least within the current in the fiscal year, as Examiner and made the change. I don't know the exact date or the exact month, but I want to say it was around in the fall of last year that the examiner did and make the change that they no longer print during in the business days of the week, and they made the change from to the Wednesday, Thursday, and the Sunday. So for us, and I think as a city, this is all kind of new, where we were able to split it before 6 months and 6 months, but now with the change with the examiner on the print cycles, that's kind of what's caused and the problems. And the as examiner is as compliant with in the terms of the contract, because the terms of contract to say that you must print on at least 2 consecutive days, which they are on Wednesday and Thursday. But again, that leaves us some issues with coverage, if you will, on those off days.
Supervisor Kim? Okay. Supervisor Yee?
So when the examiner went from 5 days to 2 days, it presented a different issue, a different problem, and I think we need to resolve it. I think there are going to be emergency hearings, and that we need to notify the public, and there's no way to anticipate sometimes. My suggestion is that we can, the clerk and other people that's going to be sending out notification, continue to send it out ahead of time as much as possible, so most of the notification can be done by the examiner. But for those special instances where we need to notify, and there's only a Friday left or whatever, then we use the Chronicle, and rather than going back to the days where I could wait last minute to do everything. And I suggest that we commit to it thoroughly, and that in 6 months' time, I'd like to know whether or not that pattern that has been used for the last 6 months continue or not. In other words, I don't want us to fall back and get lazy and just say, okay, it's Chronicle, we'll print it, so I don't have to worry about it. Is that a fair ask of at least our clerk?
Through the president, we would certainly maintain that information and make a presentation to you after that 6-month period. Okay.
Then if that's the case, if I could get commitments from others that need to notify, that I would be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. I think what you're proposing is a good solution. I think from what I have heard in my experience as chair of a committee working with the clerk of the board, that sometimes the window that we have in terms of the amount of time that we have, it would be really good to have a backup option because we have confronted that. Has nothing to do with the preparation of the clerk's office or any of the other commissions that we work with, has more to do with the timing and sometimes the lack of noticing on our part to the clerk's office. So I appreciate the comments that you gave, and it sounds like this will help to facilitate the work that you do as well as the noticing to the public and moving along our process here at the board in a more timely manner. So I think this is a good solution, and I will be supporting Supervisor Ronan's proposal.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster on the amendment proposed by Supervisor, Mr. Givner.
Deputy City Attorney John Givner, not to throw another wrench into this, but just wanted to be trying to think through how exactly this would work in some circumstances. For instance, as the clerk mentioned, the MTA board is sometimes required to publish on 5 consecutive days. Under Supervisor Ronan's proposal, I think that could go in 2 different directions. It could either be the MTA would publish on Monday and Tuesday in the Chronicle, Wednesday and Thursday in the Examiner, Friday in the Chronicle, or the board could give discretion to the clerk and OCA to work out a policy on how those types of situations would be handled in order to maximize notice.
I think that the ability to, again, use the Examiner as the primary paper and publish to the maximum amount of time that we're able to do it in advance in those particular days, why would that be any different, I think, than what we're doing right now? Because I guess it happened, like the examiner, and I think the point was made that the change in the publication of the examiner happened midway through the contract. And so maybe we could receive an explanation as to how we had handled it before this was brought to our attention today.
Madam President, Angela Calvillo, Clerk of the Board. The good news is that there haven't been any 24-hour notification of request for meetings, so we haven't had to notice something in the newspaper on a 24-hour notice. We always try to get with the chairs to determine when their regular meetings are scheduled and try to work with them in advance when they are scheduling special meetings so that we can publish in the newspaper in advance. A member of the public only needs to see the notice one time. For the continuous notices, as mentioned by Mr. Givner, so we would love to be able to publish all of our notices in every newspaper, and would certainly look for the direction of the board on how you'd want us to handle that.
So it hasn't been impacted since the change?
Yeah, for the Board of Supervisors and our committees, not so much, but I have heard from other commissions who are concerned that their consecutive noticing will be impacted.
Has been impacted.
Has been impacted and will continue to be impacted if amendments are not made.
Okay, Supervisor Ronan.
So could we write into this acceptance that we require basically what Supervisor Yee expressed, but make it part of the acceptance of this, or write it into the resolution that we expect departments to plan ahead and to the extent possible pre-notify about meetings as they've been doing, because clearly they've had to do something in order to comply with the law since this change was enacted. And then only in emergency situations or where it was impossible to think ahead, do they advertise in the secondary source. So basically, what Supervisor Yee expressed, but write it into the resolution as a requirement.
Something like if the department makes a written finding of necessity or something like that.
There you go.
Okay. So that's a motion?
Yes.
Do we need to make a motion for that as well? Okay, so you want to amend your motion, and is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion has been amended to include that. Supervisor Yee.
Just quickly, in regards to the last example of the 5 consecutive days, and if one were to look at Examiner all the time, they'll find it in the Examiner, and I'm real comfortable if the 2 days that the Examiner published, that the other 3 days would be chronicled in just 5 consecutive days, rather than trying to figure out a complicated system. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Kim.
I just wanted to clarify the amendment. So the amendment would be to permit our city departments to utilize the Chronicle as long as they provide a statement of necessity that would justify why they were not able to submit it in advance, basically. And I guess my second question is, what has SFMTA been doing during these past couple of months when the Examiner reduced its publication? I mean, I know it's not been around for very long, but I feel like I would have heard about this if this happened 3 months ago or 2 months ago. That's still enough time to inform members of this board that this is an issue. It's not like this started last week.
I'm not at liberty to say what MTA has been doing as the interim. The Office of Every Contract Administration puts out the solicitation, and then the departments issue and work from that. But as we're not involved in the day-to-day as a use of the contract.
I mean, my guess is that SFMTA just submits a number of notifications at once, maybe more than 5 or 10 days, because they know the schedule of their meetings, right? Is that correct?
Through the president to Supervisor Kim, that is correct. A 5-day noticing period. We have heard from Roberta Buma, the executive secretary to the MTA, who indicated that a 5-day notice would just take a 2-week period to have their hearings held.
Right. So are the only exceptions special meetings that only have 24-hour notice? Is that the only exception? Because if that's the exception, I'd rather just say that, unless it's a meeting that requires 24-hour notification. But barring that, we use our main contractor. I feel comfortable with that amendment.
But I think that there are some noticing requirements too for 5 consecutive days. So I just think that it's not as if they are able to make a decision, from my understanding, to choose not to use the Examiner, that would be the primary newspaper for the 3 days of the publication. But if there's a 5-day notification, then that would be those days specific to the Chronicle, if that's something that they need to use.
So what the SFMTA, my understanding is correct, is doing today is that they're submitting their notification in advance of the 5-day notice, which I actually think is a better practice for our city departments anyway. So they are submitting their notices because the meetings are regularly scheduled, so they'll submit a number of notifications at once. So some of them might be 5 days, some of them might be 10 days, 7, 8, but the notifications are going out. It just has to be previous to the 5 days. It can go out in advance of the 5 days. 5 days is the minimum. So that is my understanding of what SFMTA is doing. The only exception is if there really is truly a special emergency and we need to call a meeting with a 24-hour advance notification, then it is true, it'd be great to have Chronicle as a backup for those emergency meetings. But I think that we should be very specific and allocate it accordingly.
Thank you.
I would support that as the amendment.
Supervisor Safai.
Just for clarification, this isn't just about meeting notifications. All notification, right, that's done by the business of the city and county of San Francisco. Is that correct? So we're focusing on meetings, but we also have other publications and notices that need to happen. And I can tell you, for one, from the work, not to shift the conversation away from the SFMTA, I know the planning department has had some issues in the past where there has been some noticing that were missed based on deadlines, if it was internal or if it had to do with missing the deadlines of publication based on the Examiner. I think that we need to approach this conversation based on how we can expand noticing. And I understand the arguments that Supervisor Peskin made about including this as a city that's a paper and a half. I think that's an important thing as well. I certainly want to see us have more options. But I think what we're trying to do, and I think Supervisor Ronan put this forward, we're trying to have more flexibility for the departments that are there. I don't think necessarily that expanding notification into more than one publication is going to limit people's ability to have access to that notification. So I would be for the original proposal amendment. I wouldn't necessarily want to constrict this so much. I like the language that Deputy City Attorney Givner said in response to Supervisor Ronan, which was, if there's a necessitated need, that gives some flexibility. But if we're narrowing this down so much, and it's 3 days right now, if it were to go up or down, we have the flexibility to adjust. But I know that this is not just about the SFMTA, and it's not just about meetings that are happening in committee. It's all notification for the city, as I understand it.
Thank you. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I'm just going to make one last point, which is that I really did appreciate Supervisor Ronan's original amendment because it wasn't taking anything away from the Examiner. And like Supervisor Safai just said, we are expanding it. I'll just say, speaking from experience, as we were dealing with El Taravel Muni Forward project, where a lot of parking is being removed, small businesses being impacted, I'm pressing the agency to hurry up and install passenger loading zones, white, green, yellow, you name it. And what is holding them up are these notifications to go to these meetings. So those are just some real life examples I'm dealing with on a regular basis right now, but I'm sure there are more. Any one of us who's been a committee chair, especially of land use or budget, where you have these notifications, things come up. And so a lot of times we can't even schedule things for you because of that notification component. So again, it really is a lot of things that do impact us on a regular basis. So I would love for us to see that original amendment proposed by Supervisor Ronan.
And just for clarity, Supervisor Tang, does that mean that the amendment to the motion is something that you don't support, that particular language?
I would say yes. I would prefer the original one where it doesn't constrain it so much.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Ronan.
So just in listening to all my colleagues and trying to come up with something that perhaps we could all live with, I want to withdraw my original motion and try to re-articulate a different motion.
Okay.
So I withdraw the motion. Can I get a second to withdraw it? Thank you. So what I would do is make a motion that would make the examiner the primary official newspaper advertising meetings within the city and county of San Francisco, and that the city would only use the Chronicle if there was an emergency meeting that required 24 hours notification or some other necessity. What was the language? Attorney General? No, I'm just kidding. City Attorney Givner. I like Attorney General. I like it.
Depends on which Attorney General.
True. Good point. Good point. I know President Breed was thinking about Becerra.
Written finding of necessity was what I
with
suggested
a written okay, and with a written, unless there's a written finding of necessity, and that the departments report to the board on a quarterly basis about how many times they've invoked this written need of a necessity, so that we can keep an eye on whether or not they're just using this as an excuse to get out of that advanced planning, or if they're using it responsibly for genuine needs.
Okay. Supervisor Ronan has made a motion. Supervisor Kim has seconded. And I just think the amendment is too complicated and restrictive. I understand the intent, but I do think that your original motion served the appropriate purpose. Supervisor Ronan.
So it sounds complicated when I'm articulating it, but I don't think it's that complicated. We're asking the departments to do what they've been doing, to think in advance, to publish in a newspaper that we would like to support for all of the reasons that Supervisor Peskin articulated, that it's free, that we want diversity of voice and a competitive newspaper atmosphere out there where we get great journalism through that competition, and that we're asking departments, but we're saying we understand that there are going to be these situations, the 24-hour emergency meeting, or something that we can't think of, where we want to give you some wiggle room so that you can follow the law, but we just want to keep an eye on that to make sure that it's not being abused. So it sounds complicated because I'm not articulating it well, but I think the policy is pretty simple. We want to continue to use the Examiner, but have the Chronicle there for flexibility and emergency when needed.
Emergency and for other specific reasons that need to be documented.
Well, for reasons of necessity. So if there's some reason that a department cannot plan in advance, which we expect them to do, but if they can't for some reason, that they have this other way of advertising their meetings. And then we just want to keep an eye on it.
Okay. Supervisor Ronan has made a motion to amend, and it was seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes. And on the item as amended, can we take that same House, same call? Without objection, the resolution as amended is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to our committee of the whole, our first committee of the whole. Items 50 through 52, please call those items.
Items 50 through 52 are the special order at 3 p.m. The Board of Supervisors will convene as a committee of the whole pursuant to a motion approved on May 22nd, 2018 for a public hearing to receive public comment on the redevelopment of the Candlestick Point and Hunters Point Shipyard Phase 2 projects, the subject matters of items 51 and 52. Ordinance to approve and adopt an amendment to the redevelopment plan for the Hunters Point Shipyard redevelopment project area, and an ordinance approving and adopting an amendment to the redevelopment plan for the Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment project area to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings for both ordinances.
All right, colleagues, we are sitting as a committee of the whole to discuss amendments to the Hunters Point Shipyard and the Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment plans. So let's open this hearing. And Supervisor Cohen, I'd call on you as the supervisor who represents this district to make opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for agreeing to hear these items. Today's meeting is a long time in the making. The original Hunters Point Shipyard redevelopment plan was approved 21 years ago in 1997. And at that time, the success of negotiating the city and community stakeholders to secure a commitment from the developer of providing 32% affordable housing was unprecedented. This development set the gold standard for what was plausible in affordable housing negotiations, and I applaud the forward-thinking inclusionary housing numbers along with the advanced community benefits that came with them. These successes, coupled with the promise of a boost to the local economy through hundreds of jobs, sounded like a dream. It sounded like a dream to most Hunters Point and Bayview residents and others living in the Southeast who look forward to the addition of many amenities. So today, I'm hopeful that my colleagues will join me in moving forward modest adjustments to Phase 2 of the Hunters Point Shipyard redevelopment plan. These changes would allow shifts in really 4 key areas. First, land use changes, a reduction in square footage from R&D and office to hotel, retail, and commercial. Third, Jamestown parcel, and then fourth, senior housing. I want to thank the members of the Land Use Committee for hearing these items, and thank the dozen or so community members who attended yesterday's land use meeting. It was very straightforward conversation. I appreciate the thoughtful questions raised by my colleagues. In particular, Supervisor Kim asked if there was a possibility to convert some of the commercial land use to office, to housing in the future. And most of the development at Candlestick Point is commercial, and that designation might not fit our city's need anymore, given the shifts in housing stability over the last 20 years. Now, while that was not considered in the updates before you today, quite frankly, we're not precluded from considering this in the future. And we'll study the best way to make adjustments to the level of retail that is designated. Thank you, Supervisor Kim, for raising this issue. I appreciate it. Secondly, Supervisor Safai asked that we consider a higher level of affordable housing in the 60 to 80% range for future developments that uses state tax credits. And I also think this is a good idea. And I appreciate his thoughtfulness. And I'm grateful for him taking the time to do a deep dive into the numbers. And at this time, I want to emphasize that we have housing opportunities in the 80 to 100% AMI range and the below 60% AMI range. So that is including the expedited senior housing development that I also mentioned earlier in my remarks. This is important because when we have conversations about middle-income residents not being considered or included in our affordable housing considerations, it is critical that we understand middle income at the district or on the neighborhood level. And sometimes it's not incongruent with what's happening on a citywide level. What is middle income in District 4 is not middle income in District 2. And that number is currently not middle income in District 10. In fact, 55% citywide AMI captures half of all residents in the Bayview neighborhood. When we tell developers that we want to be sure their developments are for everyone, not just a tool to displace established communities. These are the thoughtful considerations that must be made, including the level of AMI that doesn't reach past the neighborhood it aims to help. What sense does that make? This is the mixture of housing that must be built, housing that accommodates a range of income levels for future tenants, period. Lastly, I must recognize that this work is happening in the shadows of ongoing fraudulent soil testing scandals at the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard by cleanup contractor Tetra Tech. I'm proud to announce that as an outcome of the May 14th Government Audit and Oversight Committee hearing that I called, that the California Department of Public Health has agreed to test Parcel A for contamination and test all of Parcel G as well. And of course, this will be paid for by the United States Navy. Of course. While the cleanup is ongoing, the work that we are doing today will allow the developer to get entitlements to do pre-development work. We, as a city, will remain vigilant about the safety of the workers, about the residents at the shipyard, about the residents around the shipyard. We will not move forward with any development until we are certain that the soil is safe. Now, what I'd like to do now is take a moment. I just want to say thank you to Brittany Chikwata, my legislative aide, who has helped me with this entire matter. I'd like to also invite Nadia Cisse, who will be presenting. She's the executive director of OCII. She will be speaking now in greater detail about the plan amendments that we are going to be considering today. Also, colleagues, want to bring to your attention that we have members of the planning department that's here to answer any detailed questions that you may have. Ms. Cisse, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And after your presentation, we will then open it up to public comment from members of the public.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Good afternoon, board members. I am Nadia Cisse, the Director of the Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure. I am here today to present on amendments to the Hunters Point Shipyard and Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment plans to allow for some programmatic changes being made to the Candlestick Point and the Shipyard Phase 2 project. SFGov TV, please. Our agenda today is as follows. I will go over the rationale for the amendments before you and provide some background on the Candlestick Point and Shipyard Phase 2 project overall. Then I will walk through the amendments themselves, describe the outreach that was done over the last year, and finally summarize the actions before you. To orient you, here's a map of both the Hunters Point Shipyard and Candlestick Point. An important distinction is that there are two redevelopment plans that overlap the two different development agreements. The Hunters Point Shipyard redevelopment area, shown in the light red colors, indicates two phases of the shipyard. Phase 1 is a smaller project with Lennar, and Phase 2 is all of the rest of the shipyard site and is part of the larger project with 5 Point. The 5 Point project also includes Candlestick Point, which is Zone 1 of the Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment plan area, shown in blue. So what I'll be talking about today is that the combined Candlestick Point and Hunters Point Shipyard Phase 2 project with 5 Point. And more specifically, I'll be talking about changes that affect mostly the Shipyard Phase 2 project of the project. Kofi Bonner and his team from 5 Point are here today and will be available for questions. So why are we coming before you today to seek certain redevelopment plan amendments? As background, the project, as we know, was approved in 2010, and at the time, all parties assumed that the 49ers were going to stay in San Francisco and build a new stadium in the shipyard. There was an alternative plan included in the 2010 in the event the stadium wasn't built, but it wasn't the principal design of the approach of the project. So, of course, now we know that the 49ers have left us and they're for Santa Clara, and when the developer began to look at how the non-stadium alternative could be implemented, they felt that the alternative did not respond as well as it could to both market conditions and the physical site itself. The developer then engaged the services of award-winning architect Sir David Ajay to re-examine the shipyard Phase 2 project. The resulting vision provides for a more robust mix of land uses that maximizes the land uses allowed under the redevelopment plan and maintains a street grid that better matches the site by keeping the historic layout, which then in turn creates the potential to keep a few of the existing old buildings for adaptive reuses. The amendments would allow also the developer to create the potential for a better sustainability and green energy program, or so-called EcoGrid, which I will describe later. In order to allow for this vision to be built, certain changes are required to shift the entitlements around within the existing overall total. Since it's been a number of years since the project was approved, here's a quick review of the key milestones. The shipyard redevelopment plan was first approved in '97, and the shipyard Phase 1 project approvals followed in the early 2000s. The approvals of the Candlestick Point Shipyard Phase 2 project really kicked off with the approval of Proposition G in 2018, which was followed by the board's approval of the project through the redevelopment plan amendments in 2010. We all hit a bit of a lull during the redevelopment dissolution process, and then 5 Point prioritized the redevelopment of Alice Griffith public housing project in the Candlestick side of the project. Over the last year or so, the developer started turning their attention back to the shipyard Phase 2 side and re-examined the development options under the redevelopment plan. As I mentioned, the project is currently underway in the Candlestick side, but I wanted to briefly highlight some of the key principles of the project as a whole. One of the many advantages of this project is its incredible, robust housing program. Over 10,000 units of housing will be developed, with 32% of those below market rate units. This will be done through a combination of Hope SF housing like Alice Griffith, 100% of affordable housing, and then a mix of market rate and inclusionary housing. All of this will be delivered in the new neighborhoods, new infrastructure streets, transportation, parks, and community serving uses. The project is also providing community benefits across multiple sectors and includes financial contributions for health and wellness, education, and other programs, real estate contributions, workforce, and economic development programs. I should also note that as today, Phases 1 through 3 of the Alice Griffith programs have been completed and are currently occupied. Next, here's a visual to show you how the project was contemplated back in 2010. On the left side is the stadium plan. You can see how the stadium took up the bulk of the southern portion of the site. And then there's a commercial framing it, the light blue area, with residential development, the yellow, mainly in the north. The non-stadium really just filled in where the stadium was, with mainly low to mid-density housing along with more commercial. Now for what is proposed. You can see how the street grid has been changed, which more closely matches the existing historic grid that's out there today. The southern part of the shipyard now has a greater mix of uses, integrating both residential and commercial uses along with reconfigured parks and open space. The legend may be hard to see, but the lavender color denotes the commercial uses, while the yellow and orange colors are for residential, while the red shows the location of the artist complex. That new vision requires some adjustments to the redevelopment plans. First, the names of the district. The names of the different districts in the Phase 2 are being updated to match the revised urban design vision. The developer wanted to create a more diverse mix of commercial uses, so you will see in the next slide how adjustments were made within the existing totals to create that mix, namely by lowering the office component and reallocating to other uses like hotel, retail, institutional uses, and such as schools. The amendments also allow for more flexibility within Candlestick Point and the Shipyard Phase 2 project as a whole. As I'm sure you're aware, the timing of the transfer of land from the Navy has not yet been definitively determined, but we have land certainty for the Candlestick Point. So the amendments would let a modest amount of office space shift to the Candlestick Point side if so desired. Since market conditions may shift during the very long build-out of this project, there is also some added convertibility within the approved land uses categories, subject to all necessary environmental analysis and community review. Finally, there's one cleanup on the Candlestick side. The 49ers actually own the parcel right on the edge of the project, on Shipyard on Jamestown Avenue, but it was never fully entitled through the non-stadium alternative. So in order to allow them to move forward, we're going to pull back the Zone 1 boundary of the Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment plan area and to allow for the 49ers parcel to move forward like any other project under the planning code. Here you can see the Shipyard Phase 2 site would be distinguished by 4 districts connected by key features such as pedestrian connections and both large and small-scale parks and open space. And a quick map of the Candlestick Point side just to show where the Jamestown parcel is. Again, it wasn't fully entitled through the project and just needs to be moved to the rest of the Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment plan in order for it to use standard planning code entitlements. For the land use entitlement adjustments, there are 2 main types of adjustments. First, there's the reduction of R&D office space from about 5.1 million down to about 4.4 million square feet. Next, the reduction of 735,000 square feet has been reallocated among the other uses such as hotel, neighborhood and regional retail, and institutional that could be used for educational uses. There's no change to a number of the existing uses in the plans, such as the performance venue, artist complex, and community use entitlements buckets. Together, the redevelopment plans allow for a total of 12,100 housing units. That remains unchanged. This is a different way to look at the same information, but on a more detailed view that also includes the Shipyard Phase 1 project. Again, there's no net change at the overall redevelopment plan levels. Rather, it is a reconfiguration with existing plans. That theme of reconfiguration continues throughout the project as the different program elements, such as the parks and open space plan, are then updated to match the new street grid and land uses while providing the same level or more in amenities, acreage, and mix of activities. Similarly, for the transportation plan, the transit phasing has been updated to match the new street grid, along with improved pedestrian and bicycle routes, the potential for water taxi, and a reinforced commitment to monitoring traffic and transit. Here's just another view to show the updated bike and pedestrian plan, providing that needed connection into and within the shipyard site. The amendments to the redevelopment plans also allow for the potential for what we're calling the Eco District by defining some future infrastructure categories that could lead to a green energy program like recycled water treatment facility, geothermal heating and cooling. Outreach to the community as well as to member of city departments and advisory groups began last summer and has been ongoing. OCI and the developer has worked closely with the Hunters Point Shipyard Citizen Advisory Committee, and we've engaged the community through open houses, sought feedback from Recreation and Park, Planning, MTA, and other city bodies. We've culminated those months of outreach and workshops with a series of approvals, including the CAC, the OCI Commission, the Planning Commission, the MTA Board, the Oversight Board, and the State Lands Commission. The State Lands Commission just approved the changes in height this week, and we expect to go for the second approval in August 2018. We also intend to go to the Bay Area Conservation and Development Commission to secure a master permit for the project as well within 2 years. And so that leads us here before you. The actions before you approving the ordinances to adopt the amendments to the Hunters Point Shipyard and the Bayview Hunters Point redevelopment plans. My staff and I are here to answer any questions. As I mentioned earlier, Kofi Bonner and the 5-Point team are also here today as well as representatives from MTA and planning. I would also like to acknowledge that the chair of the Hunters Point Shipyard Citizen Advisory Committee, Dr. Veronica Honeycutt, who has worked very closely with us on this project for many years, is here as well. I want to also thank Supervisor Cohen and Brittany Chikwata for their leadership on this project. With that, we're all available to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Sesay. Supervisor Cohen, do you have any additional comments before we open up to the rest of colleagues?
Thank you for the offer. No, I don't. We can dig in.
Okay. Any colleague? Oh, Supervisor Yee.
Yes, I just have a. Where should go? I have a question for the. On page 6 of your slide, the housing, where it talks about 32% of the 10,500 housing units, how many of them will be just renovating or revitalizing existing versus how many are brand new?
So the Alice Griffith, that is the public housing component, I believe there's 256 units that would be one-for-one replacement and additional affordable housing units. And so it will be demolition of the existing, but these are new construction.
And then of those two, of the 256, does that count as part of the 32%?
It does, which results in 3,345 affordable housing homes.
Okay. And currently, the ones that you would be tearing down are not occupied?
So the way the Alice Griffith Public Housing Project is staged, we were able to start new construction and have built the first 3 phases, generating over 300 units. And so there was no demolition. So that's allowed folks in the old units to move into the new site. At some point, the developer will come back and demolish those sites.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, any other additional questions right now? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to comment on this item, please come forward. Please state your name for the record if possible.
This project is nothing more but an example of racial disparity. It's a good project on the face, but when you read the fine print, well over several people have died from radiation contamination. You deliberately failed to incorporate my demonstration where one black came and went to Jane Kim's office and said he had 2 surgeries in his stomach because of radiation contamination, because he's living on property that's contaminated. You deliberately failed to incorporate how the black skin color female called your office 2 times on how 2 of her personal friends have died at the Treasure Island project, which has the same type of radiation contamination. You deliberately fail how 2 females stopped me in the main area of City Hall and want me to help them and show them where Cohen's office is in order to report how one of their mothers died of radiation contamination, and both of them got radioactive problems in their lungs from breathing at hazardous materials that the health department claimed that they used a tarp to cover up the radioactive material. We don't want you to cover up that radioactive material. We want you to clean it up. You deliberately failed to incorporate the fact that investigative reports followed and watched tons of that saturated, contaminated radio material be shipped and trucked to Pittsburgh, to an area that's predominantly white, and now white people are complaining about the radioactive material contamination and smell out there in their area. And it won't take no 21 years for an area of white people to take care of the problem like it did in order to take care of the problem with black people. I come to UConn 2 years ago when I watched on the educational show how those two whites were reported how they were given falsified samples. And when two of them get put in jail, then you want to have a hearing. You're hella late.
Thank you. Next speaker. I just want to remind speakers to direct their comment to the board, not to individual members. Order. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dwayne Gaines. I'm a native of San Francisco. I graduated from Balboa High. I am a big London Breed fan. She graduated from Gal. I just want to tell her I worked hard on that campaign. I've been here since '64. The first mayor I remember was Alioto. The best mayor San Francisco ever had was Dianne Feinstein. The worst was Jordan. Watch who's around you, London. Be careful. I made a song for you. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the breed put it out. The breed. Go London, go London, go London. I ain't gonna like some of the stuff, probably half the stuff you do, but I still got your back. Dwayne Gaines. Go London. I love you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to remind folks that are in line to comment. Please comment on this item. This is not general public comment. We will take that later in the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, supervisors. Linda Fedike Richardson, longtime Baby Hunters Point resident, and I've spent 30 years almost on the shipyard. I co-founded the Southeast Alliance for Environmental Justice and the Baby Hunters Point Health and an Environmental Task Force working with the Department of Public Health. Bear in mind, 30 years, and also help with the coordination of the land use planning for the entire Bayview. I'm here today to support the amendment, the phase one. All of you saw the phase one of the shipyard, which led to the current development there. And I need to tell you, as Supervisor Cohen mentioned earlier, this project is the economic engine of Baby Hunters Point. It has exceeded all the obligations that they were mandated to carry out. Phase two, the concept plan, like any great development that's going to span about 20 years or so, lays out the housing elements, the type of quality and the variations of those. It's talking about the land use provisions, open space, transportation. It's in there, the commercial space, the combination, who is going to get what. We have senior housing, you should know. This plan has more senior housing. This is the only part of San Francisco that is building affordable housing. We need to look at that. It's the only project, more than Mission Bay, more than all the other projects. So what you have here today is basically a great plan, and we just ask for your blessing. It has gone through all the regulatory agencies, and we believe that when you look at the detail, you will pass it. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Michael Boyd, and I'm the president of Californians for Renewable Energy, Inc. CARE. And my group recently won a federal lawsuit against the United States Environmental Protection Agency over what's called an unreasonable delay in responding to a civil rights complaint. I want to give some specific comments on the redevelopment amendment. Specifically, I am feeling concerned about the risk to the current residents of Parcel A and the surrounding community. And I'm feeling that there's more environmental work that needs to be done by the city. I feel like the prior environmental impact report you guys did isn't adequate in light of the recent findings regarding Tetra Tech. I think it would behoove you to do another environmental review on this amendment And in this review, I would encourage you to do a risk assessment and to do a protocol for lessons learned so that this type of occurrence will not happen again that puts the community at risk. And then I also would encourage the community to improve its outreach to the community. It just seems kind of improper that a group like PEER has to be the one to bring this to the public's attention instead of the city doing it itself, since obviously you knew about this back in January. I really think I would encourage you to work with the affected community to identify and...
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, Malia. It's okay. How you doing? I would like to say I'm glad to finally maybe this plan will be passed today. And I would like to say the maker spaces have the potential to be very successful, especially with the presence of other businesses and all the foot traffic the hotel will bring. This is great for the community and the new emerging businesses. As a resident, I wholeheartedly support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lottie Titus. I'm a longtime resident of Bayview. This has been a long time planning, and it's taken a long time to get this amendment approved for Bayview Hunters Point Shipyard redevelopment plan. Please remember that 32% of affordable housing will include below market rate housing for seniors. I am on the verge of being a senior. I've turned 60. I am looking forward to more housing for people of my age and those who are older. It is very important that our seniors who paved the way for us have decent, habitable, safe, beautiful space to live in. Their housing, it's going to include beautiful amenities for them. So phase 2 of this project should move forward without delay, supervisors. I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, Malia. And I'd like to, in the absence of the President and Mary-Leg Breed, congratulations, a job well done. You represented everyone in this wonderful city in which I was born in at the Pride Parade, and I'm proud. Now, I am here to support line 52, the redevelopment plan amendment for Bayview Hunters Point, and I support the retesting. I am in biotechnology. I did some testing myself, and it's truly contaminated. I did it with USF. So I am on a little break right now, so I just ran over here to support the hard work that Rodney and others have been doing, and with Malia and others. So I'd like you to go ahead, and I support the approval of this plan. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Charles Lawrence. Just basically want to say, open spaces and parks are in short supply in Bayview Hunters Point. The level of density we've grown to demands more open space, and our children need it. All of the amenities, amendments are tangible improvements, serve the highest good of the residents and project. I encourage you to support amendments without delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Joyce Armstrong, and I'm the very proud president of the San Francisco Housing Authority's Public Housing Tenant Association. I represent 9 family sites across the city, 5 of which are in District 10, which is almost 2,000 units of housing and families. I voted yes on Prop G in 2008 and also Prop O in 2016. As most of the majority of San Francisco residents that don't even live in the Bayview support it. Everything I've heard is an improvement, and we really need this senior housing. Like Lottie, I'm already a senior. I'm 70. If it weren't for affordable or low-income housing, I couldn't stay in this city, even though I went from property manager all the way up to management analyst during my tenure at the San Francisco Housing Authority before I retired out. Everything I've heard is an improvement on the existing plan while bringing the DDA in alignment with the redevelopment plan. I encourage the supervisors to join me in passing the items that are on the road today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Eloise Patton. I am a resident of District 10, as well as the chair of the Bayview CAC, co-chair of the African American Cultural District, and a member of the Legacy Committee for the Hunters Point Shipyard. I want to encourage you to pass this project. It has been a very long time, as you have heard before. At the meeting yesterday, I indicated I was 28, 29 years old when this started. I'm 60 now. I think it's time to continue to move. Now, one thing I want to get clear. All of us want residents in District 10 to be safe. All of us want the soil to be clear. But also, as we move forward, nothing can be done unless we approve these amendments so that when we move past this piece, we can start on day one, moving and developing. This is a legacy project for those of us that have been residents in Bayview, those of us that actually endured the years of environmental racism. This is a day that we've waited for. I'd like to thank Supervisor Malia Cohen for her leadership and her caring for the residents and for the health of the residents. However, as we move forward, we must get the paperwork done now so that when it's ready to go, we can start moving forward. So I strongly encourage you to vote yes and to approve these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, Michael Terrio, San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council. I have a couple of years on Ms. Patton, and I've been following this project for about half as long as she has, but that's still an awfully long time, 13 and a half years that I've been following this project. We share everyone's disappointment in the Navy and its contractors in not achieving the adequate cleanup of this site. We share that disappointment not just on behalf of the neighborhood and of the site's eventual occupants, but of our own members who are already working out there and who we hope to have working out there in greater numbers in the not-too-distant future. That said, as Ms. Patton pointed out, when that cleanup is done, and we have faith it will be done, we do need a plan in place for the site. The plan before you establishes a grid that will allow for a street grid that will allow for the adaptive reuse of existing buildings. It's a very handsome project as currently designed by David Ajaya, and it will allow for greater economic possibilities in the site, both for our members and for long-term employment. And we ask you to approve these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Tim Paulson. I'm also with the San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council. But I was just realizing when I was at land use, I guess this was yesterday, that it has now been 10 years since this illustrious body moved this project forward the first time. And it was early in my tenure at the San Francisco Labor Council as the executive director, where we at that time negotiated a community benefits agreement that it included for the first time, and I want to say this, it was actually, when you put it all together, it was 35% affordable housing, which is the first time that happened, and we're very proud of the work that this body and so many of the labor unions and our partners did. And so here we are 10 years later, and there's things that have changed. Anyway, we're here to support the amendments because there are certain things that have changed. The 49ers left town, and there's other things that had to be tweaked. so we're here to support this. I also want to reiterate what Mike Terrio said and what others have said, that we are extremely disappointed at the cleanup process, and we are absolutely supporting that that process gets taken care of and that, the Navy does, end up paying to get this done correctly. But we do need to have a project to move forward when all this stuff is done, and so therefore we support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Otter Duffy, District 6 Community Planners. I'm struck by the inclusion of geothermal in the eco-district area. Is this a case of being wildly optimistic, or should it be filed, given how well the project has been going, should it be filed under the standard of beware of what you wish for?
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Gloria Berry. I'm a resident of District 10. I'm a veteran from the Navy, 12 years I served. I just wanted to reiterate, even though this is an amendment for the redevelopment, that the importance of the shipyard cleanup, it hasn't been cared about since I stood at this mic 10 years ago. And to think that once the news article came out this year that we can go forward with anything without assuring a cleanup. 10 years ago, cesium was found in the soil. That's not a cover-up. That's not a falsified report as far as the switch out of the soil. That's an actual element that was in the soil, which is a byproduct of nuclear fission. So we need to take serious any type of going forward with any plan, because the District 10 residents have the highest rate of cancer and asthma in the city. So even though things sound nice, we can't keep continuing putting people's health at risk. In addition, I would hope that the board considers advising planning of including a simple thing like parking with these new developments. Currently in District 10, parking is a real bad problem. We have to double park. There's even people parking on the sidewalks, triple parking. And in some of the new development areas, people are being ticketed, but there's simply nowhere to park to get to their residence. Not all people can ride a scooter or a bicycle and whatnot, and public transportation is horrible in that district. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Before the next speaker speaks, are there any other members of the public who would like to address the board during this Committee of the Whole public hearing on the amendments to the Hunters Point Shipyard Redevelopment Plan and the Bayview Hunters Point Redevelopment Plan? Please line up to your right. Please proceed, sir.
Hi, I'm Army Morgan. I'm with the Operating Engineers, and I definitely support the new plan. I feel it's a great opportunity to, put a lot of people to work, of course. My grandparents used to live in Hunters Point, and my parents, so I feel I have a right to speak on it. And of course, we want to clean up this area and look, towards a bright future in the area. And, when the cleanup is done, I think this is a great plan. And, the developer and the unions could put a lot of community residents to work and continue to expand and do something positive in the area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, and my name is Dr. Veronica Honeycutt, and I am the chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee. And we have deliberated and been meticulous about everything pertaining to the shipyard in Candlestick Point. We want you to know that. And by the way, I'm looking at wonderful Supervisor Malia Cohen. Thank you very much for your leadership, for stepping up. We have looked very closely at this project. We have approved all phases of it. That includes the new concept plan, that includes the amendments. And I want to help you to remember exactly what this project entails. We're talking about, and I'm very excited about this as a former educator and administrator, a new STEM school, high school in the area, a senior product, which you've heard about, more parks and open space, a historic preservation program, housing at 0 to 160 AMI, front-loaded affordable programs, for example, AG, Alice Griffith, and Pacific Point in the shipyard. And again, 1/3 of the entire project being affordable. Now, we've heard about the contamination. We also have heard, and Supervisor Cohen was very explicit about this, that Parcel A will be retested by pH. At Parcel G will be, listen, no one's going to build on tainted land in the shipyard. It's just not going to happen. We need to move this project forward. We need to remember that this is, and I'll be.
Thank you, Dr. Honeycutt. Thank you kindly. Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. This hearing has been held and is now filed. Colleagues, we will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors on items number 51 and 52 are before us. Supervisor Cohen.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to file item 50, and colleagues want to ask that you join me in voting yes for items 50 and 51. Thank you.
51 and 52?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen has made a motion. It's seconded by Supervisor Sheehy. Supervisor Kim.
I just want to acknowledge all of the work of all of the stakeholders and the project sponsor in moving this forward. And also just want to note two things. One, I want to thank all of the city agencies' work along with the project sponsor and Supervisor Cohen in guaranteeing the retesting of Parcel A. Again, even though scientists and experts have stated that the site is safe and that the work that was done is legitimate and correct, I think that it just helps to provide that additional assurance to our residents. And second, I'm also glad that into the future that OCII and the supervisor's office and the project sponsor will consider how we may be able to build additional housing on the site where we're currently converting from office to retail, institutional, other types of uses. We know that the housing crisis is very real and we have limited land here in San Francisco. And while I don't want to do anything to disturb the master plan, I think that into the future we should always leave that door open for us to be able to build additional housing on that site. But congratulations to Supervisor Cohen's office.
Thank you. And I also want to say congratulations to the work done on this project by Supervisor Cohen and others, including what I think is an amazing job ratio to housing, 1.5 jobs to every one household, which is exactly what we should be doing as it relates to increasing development, which provides job opportunities in housing, and it's linked. It's a great project, and I also want to take this opportunity to mention that although I know that there are significant concerns around the cleanup, something that we have been dealing with for some time, I am confident in the plan that we have to address what those issues are so that we can ensure that it is safe for what we're doing now and the workers who are participating in that work, as well as the future residents and workers of that particular neighborhood. Supervisor Safai.
I just want to reiterate briefly some of the comments that I made the other day. I want to start by saying thank you for the community for all the years of work that you've put in. Thank you for Supervisor Cohen for your leadership. And then the previous supervisor, I said that this plan, at least in my existence in this city, has been under two supervisors, but it was really in 2010 when the plan really had to dramatically adjust, and that's what's before us today with the removal of the 49ers Stadium. All of the community members, all the folks from organized labor in the room, all the staff that have been involved in this over the years, people have dedicated, in many cases, their entire career to seeing this plan move forward, and this is a major milestone. The folks at 5 Points and all the individuals that have brought this forward. And as Supervisor Cohen said, I mean, truly, when you think about when this was put forward, it really was forward thinking. Here we are in a conversation about having more inclusionary housing for working families, middle-class families, trying to be creative to have funding for seniors. This project does that. Open space, green space. They have a commercial kitchen. I was really excited to hear about that. It's open for the community art space. So many different things. It's, as Supervisor Cohen said, it's almost unbelievable. It really is almost unbelievable that we're able to move a project like this forward. So I just wanted to chime in and say thank you for everyone that truly has dedicated a major portion of their career and time, effort, and energy to move forward a wonderful plan. And thank you for all your efforts.
Right. Thank you, colleagues. Can we take these items, same House, same call? Without objections, the items are adopted unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk. Let's go back to our agenda where we left off. We had just completed item number 28. Let's go to item number 29.
Item 29 is an ordinance to retroactively waive the fee required by Public Works Code, Section 724.1, subsection B, for temporary street space occupancy permits on certain designated city streets, retroactive to Saturday, May 19th, 2018, to promote Small Business Week.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Next item.
Item 30 is an ordinance to adopt and implement Amendment Number 4 to the 2014 through 2019 Memorandum of Understanding between the City and the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, Local 21, and to update the union security provision.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item.
Item 31 is a resolution to authorize the Director of Transportation for the Municipal Transportation Agency to execute a 5-year agreement with Conduent, Inc. for citation and permit processing for a total contract amount not to exceed approximately $74.9 million.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 32, resolution to approve an original contract agreement for long-term mental health services in a 24-hour locked facility between the Department of Public Health and Crestwood Behavioral Health in the amount not to exceed of approximately $77.2 million for a total contract term July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2023.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 33, resolution to authorize the Sheriff's Department to execute a Fourth Amendment to the existing agreement with Aramark Correctional Services, LLC, for jail food services to extend the contract term 4 months, July 1st, 2018 to October 31st, 2018, with no charge to the amount not to exceed $19.6 million.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 34, resolution to authorize a lease amendment to extend an existing lease of approximately 34,000 square feet at 617 Mission Street and 109 New Montgomery Street with McLean Properties, LLC, and Douglas G. Moore, trustee under the Connor Children's Trust Number 2 for the Department of Child Support Services for an initial annual base rent of approximately $1.9 million, July 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2024.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 35, resolution to authorize the general manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to execute professional services agreement for biosolids digester facilities construction management staff augmentation services with Arcadia US Inc. to provide construction management staff augmentation services for the biosolids digester for an amount not to exceed $42 million.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 36, resolution to authorize the general manager of the Public Utilities Commission to execute an amendment to a memorandum of agreement with the United States Department of Interior, the National Park Service, Yosemite National Park for comprehensive management of watersheds, supplying the San Francisco Regional Park water system for $26.9 million and a total duration of 4 years through June 30th, 2020.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read items 37 through 42 together.
These items comprise resolutions that authorize the Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to execute a local operating subsidy program grant agreement for item 37 with the Arent House to provide operating subsidies for formerly homeless adult households at the Zygmunt Arent House located at 850 Broderick Street for the 15-year term, January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2033 for $11.7 million. For item 38, an agreement with Parkview Terrace LP, a California limited partnership to provide operating subsidies for formerly homeless adult households at Parkview Terraces, 871 Turk Street, for a 15-year and 9-month term through December 31st, 2033 for $4.5 million. Item 39 is with the 455 Fell LP for formerly homeless family households at 455 Fell Street for a 15-year and 8-month term through December 31st, 2034 in an amount not to exceed $10 million. For item 40, a resolution to authorize the Director of Mayor's Office of Housing to enter into an agreement with Mercy Housing California, a California limited partnership for subsidies for formerly homeless families at 10th and Mission Family Housing for 1390 Mission Street for a 15-year and 6-month term through December 31st, 2033 for $9.7 million. Item 41, to enter into an agreement with the Salvation Army Turk Street for operating subsidies for formerly homeless adult households at Railton Place, 242 Turk Street for the 15-year and 6-month term through December 31st, 2033 for $5.5 million. And item 42, to enter into an agreement with the Housing Services Affiliates of the Bernal Heights Neighborhood Center to provide operating subsidies for formerly homeless adult households at Monterey Boulevard Apartments located at 403 Monterey Street through December 31st, 2033 for approximately $1.6 million.
Colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, those items are adopted unanimously. Item number 43.
Item 43 is a resolution to approve the Fourth Amendment to the contract between the city and the Tide Center to provide supportive housing property management under the Delivering Innovation in Supportive Housing program, to extend the contract term by 1 year through June 30th, 2019, and to increase the contract amount by $5.8 million for a total of $46.3 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 44 is a resolution to approve amendment number 4 to a contract with New Flyer of America to change 68 coaches from parallel propulsion to series propulsion, amend the list of additional equipment added during the production phase of the contract, and to amend the schedule of prices to reflect the changes for a total contract amount not to exceed $428.6 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 45 is a resolution to authorize a renewal agreement for the use of space and communication services within an existing data center located at 3101 Gold Center Drive in Rancho Cordova, California, from the State of California's Technology Agency, the Office of Technology Services, for a 3-year term through June 30th, 2021, for an annual rate of approximately $757,000.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item 46 and 47 together.
Items 46 and 47 are two resolutions that retroactively approve amendment number 6 and 1 respectively. For item 46, to the contract for architectural and engineering services for the final design and construction of the Central Subway project with HNTB-BNCJV, to increase the contract amount by $1.26 million, to redesign the trackway alignment and analyze impacts to ventilation systems and provide design and construction support for a total contract amount not to exceed $34.9 million. And for item 47, approving the amendment to the architectural and engineering services for the final design and construction of the Central Subway project with Central Subway Design Group, and to increase the contract amount by $1 million for a total not to exceed $47.9 million.
Colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolutions are adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 48 is a resolution to authorize the mayor or the mayor's designee to cast an assessment ballot in the affirmative on behalf of the city as the owner of one parcel of real property over which the Board of Supervisors has jurisdiction that would be subject to assessment in the proposed property and business improvement district to be named the Discover Polk Community Benefit District.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
And item 49 is an ordinance to amend the administrative and health codes to change the composition of the Food Security Task Force and to extend the sunset date of the task force by 3 years to July 1st, 2021.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go back to item number 26.
Item 20.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I know Supervisor Peskin is running around passing amendments. I just wanted to share that I finally got a better understanding of what all these different amendments did. Actually, maybe I could defer to Supervisor Peskin first to explain some of his changes, and then I'll jump in afterwards.
And besides the amendment that's on the floor for this particular item, are there going to be additional amendments, or are we going to start all over? Okay, Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Supervisor Tang, for thoroughly reading the legislation. In addition to the amendments that were verbally discussed, the page 41 amendment is now before each and every one of you. That's at lines 21 and 22. That says, rather than including but not limited to, it says except those features listed in sections 136C1 through C24 and in C26. And in addition to that, and I want to thank Supervisor Ronan, on page 47 at line 19, you will see in yellow the addition of sections A-D at section 311, subsection D sub 7, which is to clarify that the plan sets do not have to be in multiple languages, just the project description. There are some other conforming small changes on page 48, and I would like to move those. But I also wanted to say at a kind of a higher level that, and I'm thankful to Supervisor Tang that these appear to be acceptable. I don't think our job is done. I think, and I'm saying respectfully to the planning department and the mayor's office, that the hurry to get this thing done before Mayor Farrell left office did not really create the space to have the kind of inclusive conversation with neighbors and neighborhoods that this deserved. I am totally open to having that conversation. I mean, I think that if we do it right, and we've proven this again and again, you know, from different factions on the board, we did it in inclusionary housing, we did it in other things, that when we bring people along and show them that we're actually making improvements, it socializes it. So I think we should do further exploration around pop-outs as it relates to pre-application meetings, and I'm open to doing that. I think we have venues to do that, but I think if we want to get the most important part done, which is the streamlining around 100% affordable while maintaining the kind of level of neighborhood input and inclusion, we've got the right formula for today.
Okay, so just for a point of clarity, it was my understanding that the amendment that you provided to us was already done to your original amendment. So I thought we had done that.
We did, but I put it in writing because it was verbal. It was verbalized by Deputy City Attorney Stacy, who I want to thank for her work on this. The addition, which is on page 47, which I've handed out earlier and then handed out again in this clipped copy of the clarifications around language access and notice, would be an additional amendment.
So you're making a motion to amend that particular portion, and that would amend your current amendment. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Ronan. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the motion passes. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. And so although overall I would say that I was a little sad to see that this legislation is actually getting rolled back, I do hear Supervisor Peskin's concerns as well as Supervisor Stephanie's about more time and effort around neighborhood outreach on this topic, which I know a lot of your constituents care a lot about. One thing I did want to point out that I thought was pretty significant was in the second version of Supervisor Peskin's amendment on page 48 is reverting the discretionary review noticing back to section 333, which means that it would go and return to, apologize, let me just, it would, originally Supervisor Peskin's amendment would have changed DR notification to 30 days instead of 10, so now it'd go to 20 days instead. So I just, I thought that was a very important change that he made, so thank you for that. And then clarifying on page 41, I think it was just originally a mistake. It encompassed too much in terms of notification, but now it is just saying basically that pop-outs will be noticed, but not all those other things in the planning code under section 136C25. And then I appreciate the change made to language access and just making sure that the translations will be done to just the kind of the basic notice part and not kind of every single detail about the project. So I think with those changes, again, overall, it's better than what we have right now. I really look forward to working with our colleagues and planning department staff in the mayor's office on figuring out other ways that we can make our planning approval processes easier for people.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Breed. Supervisor Peskin, I appreciate the forthrightness and the willingness to work with us going forward. I think we accomplished pretty much where we have consensus about 80% of what we're trying to do in this. I think there's agreement now that there's still more work to be done. We can have a conversation very similar to what we've done when we've rolled up our sleeves on other issues. The idea of having a conversation about a mandatory pre-application hearing as it pertains to the famous or infamous pop-outs, we can continue to have that conversation because I think the idea of streamlining and notification can be compatible. And I appreciate your commitment to work with us on that. We will, myself, Supervisor Tang, and anyone else and yourself that wants to engage on this issue, we will continue to work this and work with the Planning Department. And thank you for the time that the Planning Department staff has put in on this, along with the City Attorney. I know that this process has been very aggressive, and so we will continue to do this. And I think in the end, we will be able to achieve 100% consensus and accomplish the goal of streamlining as well as appropriate level of notification, which will result in better projects overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you, President Breed. I just want to thank Supervisor Peskin and Supervisor Tang for actually walking me through these amendments. They weren't as difficult as I thought they were going to be when we first started this discussion. And knowing that what we had agreed to or what we were looking at on the part of the neighborhood is in here gives me I'm going to be able to support it today knowing that the things that we discussed are actually in here. So I'm happy. I agree that more needs to be done and we need to continue these conversations. But based on the fact that what we discussed with the neighbors, I see that in this legislation and therefore I will be supporting it today.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster and on the motion to amend, the House has, okay. Colleagues, can we take that same call without objection? The motion passes unanimously. And on the item as amended, colleagues, can we take that item, same House, same call, without objection? The item as amended passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to committee reports.
Items 56 through 59 were considered by the Land Use and Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, June 25th, 2018, and were forwarded as committee reports. Item 56, this is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to permit, as of right, public parking lot uses where the parcel is located in both the Glen Park Neighborhood Commercial Transit and RH2, the Residential House District's 2-family zoning districts, affirming the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Supervisor Sheehy.
Yes, thank you. There are amendments to be adopted. Should I adopt those first and then talk about the actual legislation?
Maybe talk about the project and then go into what the amendments you're proposing.
Oh, great. Thank you. So this is a very unique, very local situation. In Glen Park, catty corner to the BART station is a piece of property that has a two-story building that has been offices for years. Behind the building is a parking lot, a gravel parking lot that actually the city sold to the owner as a parking lot. That lot has they've never charged for parking. It's been posted that if you park here, you'll be towed, but everybody in the neighborhood knows you won't be towed. And the person who owned it, it's a San Francisco family, the father died. Now the revenue from that building goes to support the mother, who's in her 90s. Talking to the owners, it is their long-term goal to develop that entire property as housing. But at this time, they need to do something with that parking lot because it represents significant liability. Because it's not monitored in any way, they're not charging. So what they are seeking to do is to pave the lot, charge for parking. Part of the revenue that they will get from parking will be used to conduct planning towards development. One of the things, and this is in an amendment, is that we are setting a hard time limit of 6 years for the use as parking. So if you look at this, and this is clearly one of those local deals where, you know, we discuss with the landowner, nothing compels the landowner to develop. It is my belief, and when I say this in full confidence in the owners and having created the appropriate set of incentives, it is my belief that by allowing the parking, allowing an additional revenue stream that they can use to, again, start to look into developing what it would take to actually develop the property for desperately needed housing, which we know we need as a city. I mean, it's catty corner from BART. They could go up a number of stories and really create some nice housing there. But knowing that the likelihood of this taking place without this adjustment is virtually nil, they would fence it off, and at some point in the future, they may or may not sell it for development. They may or may not take steps towards development. 6 kids, you know, and these are all older folks. At some point, they would proceed with this, but at this point in time, they're faced with the dilemma of, we have a parking lot, if we can't continue to use it as a parking lot, we're just going to fence it off because we're not getting any revenue there anyway. Where it becomes catastrophic are for businesses in the neighborhood, in the commercial district, because that source of parking would disappear overnight. Most catastrophically affected would be the restaurants, which rely on that parking for people to go to their restaurants. So what this does, what the goal of this is, which I think because of the time limit is what will be achieved, is that it starts the clock ticking on that property to have it developed for housing, which is the long-term goal for everyone impacted by that. So in terms of amendments, they start on page 2, and they really focus on general plan consistency findings, which goes on for several pages. And so would like to have those and the other amendments adopted. And then the key amendment is on page, the other key amendment is on page, let's see where that is. Is the sunset provision on page 8, on page 8, at the top of page 8, which clearly describes that this ability to park there will expire in 72 months, which is 6 years. The parking lot will be removed, and upon the expiration of this, the city attorney is authorized to take steps to eliminate the parking lot. So we've got really strong binding elimination of the parking lot after this time. So I think it is, again, it's one of those hyper-local things where if we take out the parking lot tomorrow, people will freak out, especially the merchants. And this allows us to really work in a win-win situation with the property owners in order to get the ball rolling on what we all want to see accomplished, which is the development of that property as housing.
Thank you, Supervisor Sheehy. I think Mr. Givner had comments about the amendments.
Yes, Deputy City Attorney John Givner again. Following the committee meeting, we've prepared additional amendments at the committee's direction. I think the document that was just circulated that you read from Supervisor Sheehy is the older version that was considered in committee. But following on your suggestions and Supervisor Kim's suggestions, we have a different version. I don't think there are hard copies here. I'm happy to read that language in. Also on pages 6 and 8, as you said. This is the sunset language. The general plan consistency language is the same in both documents. But the sunset would read, unless reenacted, this note shall expire by operation of law 72 months after the effective date of the ordinance in this board file. Upon its expiration, any approved public parking lot shall be removed, and the current zoning control shall apply. Any approval of a public parking lot use pursuant to this note shall be conditioned upon the recordation of a notice of special restrictions reflecting these conditions, subject to approval as to form by the planning department and the city attorney. Upon expiration of this note, the city attorney is authorized to take steps to remove this note from the planning code. I believe that covers the discussion in committee.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Sheehy has made a motion which has been read into the record. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I was on the roster because I wanted to ensure that the notice of deed restriction was included in the amendment, but our city attorney has read that into the record. And I just want to clarify for members of the board that we're not at Land Use Committee today. The reason why I had asked for this additional amendment, it's because even if the use expires 72 months after the effective date of the ordinance, they could continue to use the lot as a parking lot even after the expiration. And so this is to ensure that the landowner explores other development types for a parcel that is adjacent to Glen Park BART station and that does not remain a parking lot in perpetuity. I think that given the density and the nature of the transit corridor, it's really important that we ask the landowners to pursue other uses, including housing. However, I acknowledge, as Supervisor Sheehy has stated, that it takes a number of years, especially for a family trust, to go down that path. They're not developers, as was mentioned, and so providing them 6 years to begin this work and to explore with planning on other types of uses that are a much better fit for this block. This ordinance would allow them to do that while still providing a time constriction and ensuring that this does not remain a parking lot by one of the richest transit corridors in our city. And I just want to clarify with planning staff that this amendment will do that. Okay. Is that nod of the head?
Audrey Beck is Planning Department staff.
Thank you. Sorry.
Hi. Yes, that's correct. That the amendments that the city attorney made this morning and this afternoon would serve the purpose that you requested.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Supervisor Sheehy, for accepting that friendly amendment.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, President Breed. I actually have a question for the planning department because the owners of this land are not developers. The owners of this land are not people that actually can, I think, actualize a development on this site. So in 6 years, if we get to this spot where they have not been able to do something, what happens with this deed restriction? Or it sounds like they're no longer able to use it as a parking lot. The commercial corridor would obviously be impacted. But what would happen if they cannot? Are they either forced to sell, or or forced to just fence off the property?
Again, Audrey Beckus, Planning Department staff. That's correct. So after the 72-month period, the property would no longer be allowed as or permitted as public parking. So the Planning Commission has recommended that if the land is still not ready to be developed to housing, there be a rezoning. It's a very unique parcel. It straddles 2 zoning districts. Right now, about 2/3 of the parcel is RH2, and the other third is Glen Park NCT. Glen Park NCT allows for much more dense housing, the kind of housing that the Planning Department usually likes to see located near transit corridors. So the very first recommendation after the use is discontinued for parking would be to rezone the entire parcel Glen Park NCT. At that point, the property owners would have the option to sell the land, to continue to try to find funding or loans to develop the land into housing, or to do any one of the uses that is currently permitted under Glen Park NCT or allowed with conditional use.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Kim.
And just to clarify, under the Glen Park NCT, a parking lot is permitted with a conditional use authorization. So if in 6 years, for whatever reason, the landowner wants to continue this use, they would just go through the normal planning process where they would get a conditional use authorization. Now, it's clear that the Planning Commission does not want that to be the particular use, and so we'll keep pushing the landowner, but it doesn't mean they have to sell the land. They could also just leave it as is. They just won't be able to generate revenue as a parking lot, which I think is just not the type of use that this board, at least that I've heard, wants to continue to encourage. But I think as Supervisor Sheehy said, because this is a family trust, we want to give them this opportunity to develop the site and at least explore options. This will allow them to generate some revenue, fulfill a need within the neighborhood, and then in the meantime, explore these other options.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster, colleagues, on the motion to amend, can we take that same house, same call? Without objection, the motion passes unanimously. And on the item as amended, can we take that same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance as amended passes unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, let's go to items 57 through 59, please.
Item 57 is an ordinance amending the general plan in connection with revisions to the Candlestick Point and Hunters Point Shipyard Phase 2 project in order to facilitate redevelopment and to make the appropriate findings. Item 58 is an ordinance to amend the planning code by amending the zoning map sheets to remove the assessor's parcel block number 4991, lot number 276, from the Candlestick Point Activity Node Special Use District and the CP Height and Bulk District, and to make the appropriate findings. For item 59, it's a resolution of the Board of Supervisors acting in its capacity as the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the city to approve an amendment to the below market rate housing plan for the Candlestick Point Hunters Point Shipyard Phase 2 project in the Hunters Point Shipyard Redevelopment Project Area and the Bayview Hunters Point Redevelopment Project Area, subject to the Oversight Board and the California Department of Finance approvals, and to make the appropriate findings.
Colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, the items are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to roll call for introductions.
Madam President, you are first up to introduce new business.
Submit.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Submit.
Thank you. Supervisor Fewer. Thank you. Supervisor Kim. Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Already submitted.
Okay. Supervisor Ronan.
Yes, thank you. 2 weeks weeks ago, I held a hearing to look into PG&E's practices that have been blocking city projects' access to clean, green city power. I was frankly appalled to hear reports from our city departments about outrageous delays and stretched budgets, and PG&E's responses were thin at best. We heard from Rec and Park about PG&E's demands that caused an 8-month delay and an extra $1 million expense to the Randall Museum remodel. We heard from the SFUSD that they were doing duplicate contingency engineering on renovation projects just to protect the school calendar against unpredictable PG&E demands. We heard from MOHCD that PG&E was insisting that affordable housing developments install equipments that would mean losing a 2-bedroom apartment. The list of affected projects includes life or death essential public resources like our ambulance deployment facility, navigation centers, and the police academy, and just about every city department has been affected. I am introducing a resolution today that calls upon PG&E to change their obstructionist practices and work in good faith with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. I want them to understand that we are watching them and we will be tracking every project to be sure that they don't stand in our way. San Francisco and PG&E have a long, complicated history stretching back to the 1913 Federal Raker Act that signaled the start of San Francisco's efforts to create a public power system at Hetch Hetchy. Over the years, via negotiated agreements and hard-fought court decisions, San Francisco and PG&E settled into an uneasy truce. But since our interconnection agreement expired in 2015, and frankly, as we have taken steps towards a broader use of public power via Clean Power SF, PG&E has thought up new roadblocks, designing requirements on a project-by-project basis with no consistency, no accountability, no engineering or safety justification, and no ability for departments to predict or prepare for impacts to their projects. While Mayor Farrell reached a loose agreement in May with PG&E on a short list of projects underway, we have a much longer pipeline of city projects that extends well beyond this year. We can't let this go. We have to keep the pressure on PG&E. And with the rest, I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't have anything to introduce today, but I just want to take just one moment to say that, today is a day that my heart is filled with sadness because of the Supreme Court ruling. Our democracy is under assault by in so many different angles. We had a rally today, a press conference led by Supervisor Fuhr at 12:30 to talk about the families that have been ripped apart again by our nation's policies and executive orders by this what I am calling dictator-in-chief. And the idea that the Supreme Court would side with rulings to allow members from certain countries based on their religion, based on a country that I personally was born in, my father hails from, I would not be standing here today if that ban had been in place. And it is a sad day in our history, but I will say in many ways, it's also a day, it's a call to action. And it's a call for each and every one of us in this chamber, as many of us had and all of us had, to stand up and say that we will fight for our democracy and we will fight for what we believe in. So this ruling today is a temporary setback. Many of the people were emboldened to continue legal challenges as they are continue fighting for those mothers and children and families that are being ripped apart for many actions. So I just wanted to bring that to light. I wanted to say a few words about that and thank every member of this board that has stood in solidarity with members from the Muslim community and countries that are on this ban, as well as countries of origin and undocumented individuals and families that are being torn apart because of ridiculous anti-democratic policies and in my opinion, unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Sheehy. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you. I have a few things. I failed to thank Kanishka Chang, who also helped me on the item 26, and I just wanted to make sure that I show gratitude when gratitude is due, and I just wanted to thank her for working with my neighborhood associations and helping me with that ordinance. And also I want to echo what Supervisor Safai said and thank Supervisor Fuhr for arranging the press conference and rally today on the steps. It's to stand in solidarity with everyone to fight back is something that I think we can be proud of here in San Francisco. And lastly, I wanted to say a happy 9th birthday to my daughter, who's in my office right now. She shares a birthday with our clerk, so that's wonderful. She's 9 years old today, and she's in my office right now, so I wanted to say happy birthday, Gigi. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Gigi. Supervisor Tang.
I submitted, but happy birthday, Madam Clerk and Gigi.
Thank you. And Supervisor Yee.
Ditto, submit.
Thank you. Madam President, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you. And I've already said happy birthday to our clerk, but I want to say happy birthday to Gigi as well. So with that, Madam Clerk, please go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, the public may address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, to include the May 22nd Board meeting minutes and items 62 through 64 on the without reference to committee calendar. Public comment is not allowed when an item has been previously subject to public comment at a Board committee. Pursuant to the Board's rules, please direct your remarks to the Board as a whole and not to individual supervisors and nor to the audience. Speakers using interpretation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. And if you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and then remove the document when you'd like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting. First speaker, please.
Madam Clerk, Kari Chronia Bula, Theo Mazisu. What I said by Greek language, happy birthday, and we wish you long time, and God bless you. That by Greek language. السادة الأفاضل أصحاب المحلات التجارية العرب، شكرا لكم على كل التبرعات اللي قدمتوها لبلدي، على تبرعاتكم الخيرية التي تقدموها للفقراء الغلابة، سواء كانت أكل أو ملابس خيرية. وشكرا أيضا على آرائكم البناءة أيا كانت. فأنا من جهتي أحب أن أقول إن بعض العمال في الملاجئ يسرقون هذه الحاجات. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you, I watch and I see our president of the supervisor, London, a couple days ago, she said she wants to clean our city for the drug dealer or drug addict too. I have idea, very simple. Guess what? You have 11 supervisors in the city of San Francisco. If each one of them make it 2 teams, 25 persons for Saturday and 25 other persons for Sunday, guess what? We're going to have 550 volunteers. You can clean the city and the ocean if you want to. Madam President, I love you like anyone else, and I am worried about your heavy position of work you're going to handle it sooner or later. I would like to see someone of our supervisor to be vice mayor, someone to help you, at least can profession to take care for the homeless, the shelter, the 3 people working in the shelter. Take care, and God bless all of you. I hope you like it to make it something else with every one of our supervisor to protect their own district. Thank you. God bless all of you. Angela, I know you for 21 years. God bless you and happy birthday again.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Mgehe. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. 10 girls were held at the San Francisco Juvenile Hall in February. There was a Black History Month celebration. Now, I must state, I'm not a fan of Black History Month. But still, there was a celebration for these 10 girls. 19 women from outside the facility participated. 18 of them were white. What's wrong with that picture? Now, I was taught the gospel of Jesus Christ by a white woman who I really appreciate. So I'm not against white people teaching Black kids anything. But something's wrong with that. And in San Francisco, I'm saying that there is a racist spirit to where white people think that they have all the answers, and they don't. I direct your attention to tomorrow's Mateer and Ross report. It's about the fact that there's no kids up at the Log Cabin Ranch. Did you know that? Find out why. And don't go along with what's in the paper. Find out why. There's a racist element behind it. That's not being told. And when the chief probation officer told his side of the story, he's hiding something, because I know what he did not say.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
He's true and correct in his statements, and even though I'm upset with the way business is taken care of in the area where predominantly Black people and people of color is taking place, and you're ethically cleansing and reducing our numbers and populations, I must admit that I agree with the presentation that was made by Supervisor Cohen, SF viewer, pertaining to Juneteenth and explaining somewhat of the history of Black people. We're not immigrants. We came over here as slaves. Fast forward to 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King made a speech that was called I Have a Dream. It's a real important speech and had a lot to do with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. But it's also the start of the discriminatory practices and tricking devices that was handed down to Black people in the neighborhood where I grew up, that's called the Fillmore Western Addition by Justin Herman. That discriminatory practice proceeds today. Fast forward to the ethnic cleansing of the Fillmore area. There's 60 square blocks of us being eliminated and ruining our reproduction of our own nationality. And as a result, we've got 2.5% and 3% population growth in the city. Fast forward to the Bayview area that used to be predominantly Black too. You got soil contaminations, and numerous Blacks have died behind it. As a result, we continue to build, and you go on with additional construction as if nothing takes place, and you act like you're going to test the area. Tell that to the people of relatives who have died. That's disgusting. You got 2 females from Muslim descent that's got an attorney that's filed a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit because of being contaminated from the shipyard.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, how is everybody today? My name is Sean Sunshine Strickler, and say hello to my friends. This is Sarah, and she's a blind Republican, and this is Mad Max, and she is an angry Democrat. Hi, I'm Sarah Palin, and
excuse me. You know what? I see that you two are fighting each other, and I don't like to see that. That makes my heart very sad to watch you two not get along. It makes my heart extremely sad, and it makes Mr. Rogers, my friend, very sad that you two can't get along, and no one's actually telling each other the truth, and people aren't really caring about the kids, because the kids are what matter. No, they don't.
yes, they do. No, they don't. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. No, they don't.
take a look at my red nose, and I want you to see something. I want you to sing a song with me. Instead of fighting each other, I want you to sing a song to someone very special, okay? Her name is Angela. Happy birthday, Angela. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Happy birthday, dear Angela. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, maybe you could come over to my house later for some pecan pie or something. Maybe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I'm famous, Angela.
Happy birthday, Tom Gilberti. I mentioned Eleanor Roosevelt a while back about how it would be appropriate to put a statue of her out on Civic Center, the plaza there. And it turned out that if you want to understand exactly why it would be very, very appropriate, turn to Ken Burns' The Roosevelts, episode 7. It was basically all about her and what this one woman was able to do. The United Nations still is probably our best ideal. America probably needs to join it. Instead, what we're doing, we're fighting it. Just the other day, the United Nations is starting listing where the United States of America is in health and in poverty, the degradation of equal opportunity, levels approaching third world. And so it's at times like this, I agree with the Supervisor Safai, that our whole planning, our whole society is at risk. One of the problems I had with our late mayor was a lack of leadership, a void. The whole Bay Area needs to come together and develop a plan for what we need to do. Coming here, looking out at the air over the Bay Area, it was just brown. We are turning, by commuting, a Salesforce building, whatever, putting stresses on everything that are qualities of life. We need to turn that around. We need to come home, bring our government home again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Jones, and I come before you today in
Ms.
response
Ms. Jones, can you please speak directly into the microphone and I'll start your time over.
Okay, perfect. I come today before you in response to concerns that I have as a result of most recently issued and executed City of San Francisco vehicle washing contract. I have a more detailed letter outlining my concerns in greater detail. But for this purpose of public comment period today, I am summarizing my concerns very briefly. Please see the more complete written documentation for a more detailed review. I am a local business owner. I represent TAS Auto Detailing. After more than a decade of patronizing the same car wash vendor, Tower Car Wash, a new bid for services was finally introduced. When I read the new bid requirements, it became clear that this would be a different process than what was previously done. However, my business is certainly located in the quadrant with sufficient resources to maintain profit for my business. I decided to respond to the bid and request. In securing and reviewing hundreds of documents and emails related to this bid through the Freedom of Information Act, I found a number of things peculiar. The things I discovered led me to believe members of the purchasing department, including Mark Farley, and members of the police department, Rick Yig, were working together to serve the goal of undermining and showing my business a whole, boosting those vendors of personal choice. So I'm gonna just go to the questions that I have because I don't have very much time. Let's see, what did Farley?
You could submit those questions to us as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. The Sergeant at Arms will come and get that piece of paper from you. Yeah. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Corvillo, and happy birthday. Good evening, President Breed, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Win Shiphillier, involuntary psychiatric outpatient in this city for over 10 years without a court order, I might add. 45 years ago, the Supreme Court decided O'Connor versus Donaldson. This was a landmark decision. It basically took the decision of who to involuntarily detain due to mental illness out of the hands of psychiatrists. Before that, it was basically whoever they wanted to, they could shove into a hospital where the person might stay for decades and rot. As a result, there was massive deinstitutionalization. People were turned onto the streets and became homeless because institutionalization harms people, because psychiatric treatments disable them, make them unable to compete in the workplace and the other marketplaces on which our society runs. 15 years later, those psychiatrists I read to you about 2 meetings back said, well, we've got our own power grab. You've taken away from us the ability to send people into the hospital. We're just going to treat people as outpatients, and we're going to treat whoever we want. Because, as you know, it is highly, oh, God, I'm sorry. My mind is just my memory is just not working. Madam Corvillo.
Thank you for your comments. And before the next speaker speaks, is there anyone else from the public who would like to address the board during general public comment? Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Gloria Berry, and I'm just basically going to attempt to show a video through this process. It's District Attorney Gascon. I want to show how he treats the public, particularly a protester, by moving the protester using his car.
Lift it up just slightly.
Thank you.
Thank you for your video and your comments. Madam President.
Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to the items for adoption without reference to committee.
Items 62 through 64 are being considered for adoption without committee reference. A single roll call vote may enact these items. Otherwise, an item may be severed and considered separately.
Okay, seeing no names on the roster, colleagues, can we take these items, same house, same call? Without objection, those items are adopted unanimously. All right, let's go to our second committee of the whole. Colleagues, we will now enter into the committee of the whole to take public comment, nominations, and elect a new board president. As I've informed the clerk and the board, in order to focus on transitioning to the duties of mayor and ensure there is not a gap in the office of board president, I have submitted my resignation as board president to become effective at the end of today's meeting, giving the board the opportunity to elect a new board president today. Madam Clerk, please call items 53 through 55.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 53 is
and public comment.
Item 53 is a public hearing before the Board of Supervisors convening as a committee of the whole on June 26th today to receive public comment on possible nominations for the office of board president in anticipation of the vacancy that will occur at the end of today's meeting to fill the unexpired portion of a 2-year term ending January 8th, 2019 at 12 p.m. by the current board president, London Breed. Item 54 is the nominations, and item 55 is the election for board president. If the president opened the committee of the whole, public comment, members of the public are able to address the board for up to 2 minutes on the nomination of any member of the Board of Supervisors to fill the anticipated vacancy. Public speakers using interpretive assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. And if there are any members of the public in the hallway, please enter the chamber now so that you can be a part of this process.
Okay, this hearing is now open, and we will take public comment. First speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Harami. I am an officer with the San Francisco Burning Crats, the local chapter of Our Revolution. And I really wanted to come up here to recommend a member of the Board of Supervisors who I think would be the best president of the Board of Supervisors, which would be Supervisor Jane Kim. Jane Kim has had a long history of passing bold legislation that affects the entire city, of having a bold vision for our city. I'm going to City College for free, which as a low-income Californian really resonates with me. My mom was a preschool worker, so Prop C, the passage of Prop C, and thank you, Supervisor Yee, for that as well, was substantial to a lot of preschool workers as well. I know the current makeup of the board makes my request kind of shooting for the stars, but I really hope that you consider Supervisor Kim. If we are going to be looking at what the ideological makeup of the board is now, my recommendation from that ideological makeup would be Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Cohen, thank you for your hard work on police accountability. I am very pleased with the recent budget work that was done. I think we have a long way to go before we're able to have a police force that we can have faith in, and your work has been great on that. So Jane Kim, that's my number one choice, but you know, my second choice would be Supervisor Cohen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Jordan Davis. I'd just like to say that my number one choice for board president would also be Jane Kim. She's been a very prolific legislator, even while swimming upstream, and she would be fitting if she spent her final 6 months as such. Hillary Ronen and Sandra Feuer would also be solid choices. However, I read the article by SF Weekly, and if you must pick a moderate, Malia Cohen would be a good choice as well, as she's done a lot of work around police accountability, cannabis equity, and making sure Mod Squad doesn't go too far. However, it is difficult as a board appointee for me to say this out of fear of retaliation, but I am extremely opposed to the nomination of Asha Safai serving as our board president. Not only is he being cozy with the Police Officers Association, but he has governed in an extremely petty manner. He has abused his power as rules chair in his eventually lonely fight to remove my friend Petra de Jesus from the police commission. I have twice been at the committee when Supervisor Ronen had legislation being heard, and twice he had asked a line of questioning that was designed to troll rather than to clarify pieces of legislation that experts have already worked out. Imagine being a sexual assault and harassment survivor in that room and having to hear all sorts of questioning designed to provoke and prolong an already emotional item. On a personal note, it's one thing that Supervisor Safai misgendered me during a hearing on historic trans rights legislation, but it's another when several times, whether it's in SF Young Dems or even at Mayor-elect Breed's campaign kickoff, Mr. Safai has repeatedly unwelcomely touched me, even when I asked him to stop. Other women have told me things as well, and I will leave them to tell their stories when they feel comfortable. But I absolutely cannot trust someone who has a serious boundary issues for any form of leadership position, especially when they make decisions about people being able to take on leadership roles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I made many demonstrations before you. In fact, I'm the only one that could come through and show you how to take care of a multi-quadruple trillion billion-dollar problem in 2 minutes. My examples with Twitter clearly stipulate that. But I must admit, when I came through here during Women's Month, I wanted to find out which one of you supervisors who I would demonstrate and put a lot of heat in the chair that you sitting in based on my demonstrations during Women's Month where you were commending women. And I shocked all of you when I talked about those rape kits sitting at the Hall of Justice for 5, 10, 15, 20, or 30 years. And out of all of you supervisors, the only one that got up and stopped me and then further set a hearing to take care of the problem was Rowan. So I recommend her to be the president. A combination of my moves and my demonstrations in that Roosevelt Room chamber, that's the most historical chamber in City Hall, because I made my demonstrations in there where I showed the continual injury of rape can be applied and the statute of limitations cannot be applied to females. And as a result, within the same hearing in that same Roosevelt Room chamber, I also demonstrated that my demonstration should be incorporated on the grounds that Mr. D'Angelo, who committed rape and murder, has been getting away with it for 40 years, and there should be no statute of limitations on rape. And as a result, no more than a week and 2 days later, the legislators in Sacramento saw that demonstration and got rid of the statute of limitations because of me and Rowan. We did that. Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. Is that clear? Is there anybody out there object to that? So I recommend her to be the president in charge, and we'll get affordable housing too. Not none of this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President, Otto Duffy, District 6 Community Planners, I nominate Angela and/or Gigi. I would also, I'd also nominate Supervisor Stefani because she has the seat that's closest to public comment. It has actually been kind of a pleasant and more inclusive board since you've been president, and I want to compliment you on that. Whoever you pick, I hope that we'll continue that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
So I'm going to quote from the Republican National Convention of 2016 when Donald Trump was nominated and Don King was speaking and introducing him. This is the direct quote from Don King. I told Michael Jackson, quote, I told Michael Jackson, if you're poor, you are a poor Negro. I would have used the N-word. That's what Don King said. If you are rich, you're a rich Negro. If you are intelligent, you are an intelligent Negro. If you are a slide and dance nigger, I'm sorry, he apologized for saying it, you are a dancing and sliding Negro. You're going to be a Negro until the day you die. So if this is offensive to you, I agree, it is offensive. So whoever is willing to remove that statue of Abraham Lincoln, who returned 2 slaves to their masters, he litigated on behalf of the slave masters, whose favorite jokes were nigger jokes and blackface jokes. And yet he stands out there as a pillar of San Francisco and the emancipation of slaves. So remove that statue if you're offended by my comment. because those were his favorite jokes. He said the N-word constantly. So think about it. Elect somebody who actually will represent all San Francisco. Thank you.
I am offended by your comments, and I acknowledge that you just made them.
I'm offended by your comments, and I acknowledge you made them.
Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti, we have a brilliant opportunity with our next mayor. An authentic voice from part of San Francisco that will deal with the Police Officers Association. Somebody that knows what it's like to live in the city and be kind of looked upon by the police. We can have a dialogue. I wish the person that's going to be elected to the board can work with this mayor on changing that chat between our police and the people of our city. We need a new direction. I've recommended Supervisor Kim working with our new mayor for the new jail and a crisis center. As president of the board, that could help. Whoever is going to turn to the board, be president, I wish a certain maturity. Like I said, an authentic voice. There's another statue that I've been thinking of. Mario Woods, with 5 officers pointing their gun at him while he's standing there. Or Mario Woods, as he's on the ground, with the 5 guns pointing at him at the ground with the comment, they were fearful for their lives. If we put that statue somewhere, that would be a recognition of where we need to go from. A brilliant opportunity, and this is your last public comment. So I've appreciated your time, and I'm hopeful that you appreciated mine too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Kevin Ortiz, I'm an officer of the Latino Democratic Club. I just want to first off say that I'm really disappointed by those remarks. I find them reprehensible and they're vile, and they shouldn't have been said here. I'm also more disappointed with the fact that this room is empty right now and they didn't actually get the chance to hear that. On a lighter note, happy birthday, Madam Clerk. I want to say right now that I do believe in the ability to move things on the board, with the right people. All too often, personality pushes our politics, and we end up not having a way to actually get things done. And it slows up our legislative process, and it's disappointing because people at the end are the ones that end up getting hurt because of that. So that being said, I would like to make my nomination for Malia Cohen because of her work when it comes to police accountability, and we need more of that right now in the city. It's a really big issue that we're going through, and so, I just want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Let me take my nose off and get serious for a second, all right? I would like the best human to be the next president of the Board of Supervisors. How about that? Because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. I don't think like the rest of other people. And I'm going to make a personal recommendation based on my heart, based on something that happened to me that I feel makes a good quality, and that's Jane Kim. I recommend Jane Kim to be the next board president because she stopped when she was really super busy and when I was having a crisis right there in the Embarcadero Center right at nighttime around 10 o'clock, and she just stopped and said, listen to what I had to say. And that's what matters to me. Other humans paying attention to what really matters to other humans. So let's not focus on what our skin looks like. Let's focus on what our heart looks like. And my heart says Jane Kim for the board supervisor president and Jane Kim for Senate.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I have 2 orders to tell to all of you. If you don't know anything about Jean Kim, you ask her resident. I am one of them. I recommended every one of you, she can be the best president for our city. Jean Kim, in my deep heart, I tell you, congratulations. I believe so. And watch it.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the board on this item? Please come to the podium.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. President Brito, actually it's been an honor to serve you, so I want to take a moment to say that publicly. Having said that, we will be selecting a new board president, at least for what, 6 months now? And it's really interesting. My choices are probably going to surprise people. The first choice is someone I almost always disagree with, but I always have fabulous conversations with, and that is Jane Kim. Legislatively, you put together types of legislation that has changed the face of San Francisco, and I think you would serve in a great capacity. The other prun is someone who I always disagree with, fuss at constantly, and always disagree with, and she disagrees with me. But she has also changed the face of things that have happened in District 10. She has moved things forward in ways that, in terms of police accountability, she's made sure things have moved in the district, and I don't say this enough to you, Supervisor Cohen, but I'm very proud of what you've done to serve our community. So those are my choices. No slight on anybody else, but I have 45 seconds. I would talk and sing, but I can't sing, and if I stayed here, I'd talk all day. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Madam President, seeing no other...
Happy birthday.
Thank you kindly. Thank you. Seeing no other members of the... gentlemen, sir, would you like to make comments? Okay.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, but why are we standing here right now is because somebody resigned. Somebody resigned. Okay, so my attention goes straight to the person who resigned. And why did she resign? First of all, she resigned because she won the mayoral elections. Okay, the last time I was here, the attention was not on her, even though she was running for mayor. So today we can't make a decision without considering the person that she can get along with the most, the person she can communicate with the most. My recommendation would be the person, indeed, that she can communicate with the most. But my whole strength and energy is still focused. I got a plate in front of me, I have to eat. And then you're talking about some dessert. Let me eat first, and then we'll go to the dessert. London Breed won San Francisco mayoral election, and I would like to congratulate her. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time on this item? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. And Madam Clerk, please read the process for the nominations for office of board president. And just so you know, colleagues, we will clear the board before I gavel down for the purposes of allowing members to put their name on the dais at the same time, or the board. Madam Clerk?
The roster, Madam President?
Yeah, roster.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The process for making nominations will include the following. Once the President declares nominations open, members will be called as their names will appear on the roster. To state their nominations, a member may nominate and vote for themselves. A second for a nomination is welcome but not required. Nominees should state on the record if they accept the nomination, but it is not required. Nominees may withdraw their name without a second at any time. Nominees may stay in the chamber. Members may nominate one person as there is only one seat to fill. However, if nominations are reopened, then members may withdraw and nominate another supervisor. At the completion of nominations, the President will close nominations, and the President will open up discussion on nominations at the appropriate time.
Okay, with that, we will now proceed with the making of nominations for the office of the President of the Board to become effective at the end of today's meeting for the term ending January 8, 2019. I will call supervisors' name as I see them, but I will clear the roster and then gavel down, and then you can put your names on the roster. So with that, I'm clearing the roster, and I will gavel down and call on the first person. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. I am not rising to make a nomination, but I am rising to reflect on where we are at. And let me just start by saying it's been a very strange and unprecedented 6 months because of the passing of Mayor Lee and an unexpected election. And I congratulate you, Mayor-elect Breed, and sincerely look forward to working together as we have collaboratively. And I know that all 10 of us and our incoming mayor and whoever you should choose to appoint to the District 5 seat will work together for the betterment of San Francisco and the challenges that we face, and that when we agree with each other, we'll do it with respect, and we disagree with each other, we'll do it with respect. But I want to really speak to our system of government that we hold dear, that is really unraveling at the federal level, and it's around the Iroquois Nation's tripartite separations of government. I voiced these concerns in the newspaper. They are not concerned. This is not disrespectful, but I think that we all need to take note. The Iroquois Nation, ultimately our federal, state, and local system of government, and those separations here between the legislative and executive branch is what makes this city and this country, I think, one of the greatest in the world. And I am disappointed. I understand it is legal. I understand that it is politics, but I'm disappointed, and I don't, for the record, think it's necessary that the president be stepping down today. I don't think it's inclusive. I don't think it is democracy at its best. I want to put that on the record. It's legal, it's legitimate, it's politics. It's not the end of the world. But I think it kind of undermines the separations between the legislative and executive branch. And I totally understand why, in the instance of a Board of Supervisors president, that an individual can vote for him or herself, because unlike in the case of a mayor, which we experienced on January 23rd, where there is a pay raise involved, we are advised, and correctly so, that there's a conflict. So there's no conflict here in voting for oneself. What I think I'm taking issue with, and I just want to say for the record, is it seems a little inappropriate for the outgoing mayor-elect to be voting for the chief of this legislative branch. And I mean no disrespect, Supervisor Breed, but I wanted to say that. I think it's important that it be said and that it be recorded for posterity. Having said that, I think that all 10 of us and whoever the new incoming supervisor, well, we've got 2 new incoming supervisors, Mr. Mandelman from District 8 and whoever comes from District 5, we will, as we have in the past, continue to work together and do so with respect for the betterment of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for your comments. And I, too, was disappointed in what had occurred in January. And in order to move our city forward, it's important that we move past the arguments and the petty politics for the purposes of doing the job necessary to make sure that we move our city forward. And I think it's irresponsible to leave a gap in the presidency, especially after what had occurred with our mayor and what we experienced, which none of us anticipated. And so, as you said, it's perfectly legal, just like the decision in January was perfectly legal. We may not agree on how and the results of those decisions, but ultimately, I hope we can still agree that the work of San Francisco needs to get done, and we need to move forward, and it's a very short time period, so there will be an opportunity to elect another board president in January of 2019. So thank you for your comments. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I will make a nomination today. I was not going to comment on this issue, but after Supervisor Peskin made his statements, I do think that it is extraordinary, and we've never had a case in which the mayor-elect does get to participate in the voting process for the head of another branch of government, the legislative branch. That is what it is in today's vote, and I want to take this opportunity to nominate a colleague of mine who I came in the class of 2010. We have spent 8 years, close to 8 years working together, and it is, I really have to say, and I mean this incredibly genuinely, we have both grown so much on this board. In fact, we really spent our adult life serving on this Board of Supervisors together. We're the same age, and we went through many of the challenges that occur when you join an elected office that can be at many times unpredictable, challenging, and rambunctious, and sometimes a little mean, but also incredibly great. And I have really enjoyed watching Supervisor Malia Cohen develop and grow, both as a public servant and as an elected leader over the last 8 years. It has been my pleasure to serve with you, and I'm so glad that we came on board together as two young women of color that wanted to serve our communities. And I still remember the day that Mama Hewitt, Sharon Hewitt, introduced us in 2009, and she said that she came up to me and she said, "You both need to support one another." And I remember Sharon because of how persistent she was in insisting that communities of color work together, that we cannot win when we are divided, that we cannot win when we fight over scraps, that we can only win when we are in coalition together. And I remember the class that she used to co-teach with Gordon Chin, who was my former boss at Chinatown Community Development Center, and Calvin Welsh, and the work that they so intentionally did to bring our communities together. And so I still hold those words dear to my heart today, and it was an incredible loss, I know, for both of us and many of us here in this room when Sharon passed away in January. Supervisor Cohen has proved herself as chair of the Budget Committee over the last 2 years, and as many members of the public have noted, has been an incredible advocate in taking on, I think, one of the most difficult issues in this country today, which is how local policing works and how we can ensure that everyone feels safer when they see a police officer walking down the street, and what that actually means. I think that that is an ambitious goal, a challenging goal, but one that you have really taken on, and I think many of us have shied away from because it is a difficult issue, and I just want to appreciate how much you have studied this issue and what an advocate you have become, and it's certainly been incredible to watch you at Rules Committee and Budget Committee advocate on this issue, along with many others. And so I'd like to nominate my colleague here today for the President of the Board for the remaining 6 months of this term.
Okay, Supervisor Kim has nominated Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. I also just wanted to briefly mention that I do think it is a shame that today the duly elected incoming supervisor of District 8, Raphael Mandelman, won't be able to participate in this vote for who's going to serve as the first president in his first 6 months of the term. And I just want to note that this was a very close mayoral election, and as I've congratulated President-elect Breed on her absolutely fair win, I do think that the city is one that is very divided, and I'm just really hoping that we're going to be able to work together in that cooperative spirit that you've definitely said that you want to work in that spirit, and so do I moving forward, so that we can bring the city together and we can work on these tough issues that we have to solve, that the city expects us to solve. So I'm looking forward to that. But I also wanted to talk a minute about Supervisor Cohen, who I will be supporting as the next board president. Supervisor Cohen and I have fought at times, and we've also been great allies at times. You're tough, she's passionate, And she's refreshingly spontaneous, something that we don't always get from political figures. And Supervisor Cohen has taken some righteous stance on issues that are really important to me. She has been a clear moral voice on the need to protect immigrants and has fought against the weakening of local sanctuary city laws on several occasions before Donald Trump made it popular to do so. And I want to note that because I think that's important. She was there with us a long time ago when many people weren't. So I will always, always deeply appreciate that. She has been a strong and meaningful advocate for police reform, as we've heard from many of the public commenters today. She hasn't been afraid to stand up to the Police Officers Association when they tried to bully her. And she has voted with the so-called progressives on more than one occasion to ensure a strong independent police commission. And that means a lot. Supervisor Cohen has also been a leader on ensuring equity goals are met in the emerging cannabis industry, and that is something that I know means a lot to many of us on this Board of Supervisors. And I believe that in this time of great change in our city, not just great change in the mayor's office, but also on the Board of Supervisors, where we're going to have at least 5 new colleagues in a very short period of time, that as we're transitioning after a tough election season and another tough one in just a few months, that Supervisor Cohen will provide the stability that this body needs after quite a tumultuous time in the city. So it will be my great pleasure today to be supporting the nomination of Supervisor Cohen for the next board presidency.
Thank you. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, Madam President. It is an honor to support a friend of mine that I've known for almost 15 years, someone that we started our political journey together on a campaign for mayor, and here we are congratulating our new mayor, mayor-elect, and I think that this transition is appropriate, it's timely, and we have an opportunity to bring this board together in a unanimous way, in a conciliatory way. I think Supervisor Cohen has led on some very, very important issues, but I want to highlight 2 that are near and dear to my heart. I think that the idea of taking on multiple multi-billion-dollar industries, one being the sugary beverage industry, one that has chosen to single out consistently communities of color in their marketing, in their design, in their ability to try and bring in new customers. I think that that was a heroic effort. I really, really congratulate you on that and how important that is and the lasting effects that it will have. We're beginning to see that. We're beginning to see water stations put in. I can attest to my own child who's in kindergarten, the 2nd grade, seeing the entire culture of the way we view sugary beverage change in front of my eyes, and you were a big part of that. I think that is going to have a lasting effect on not just San Francisco, but our entire state. Secondly, another multi-billion-dollar industry, the tobacco industry, that is another one that has singled out communities of color, particularly the African-American community, to marketing, to design, with menthol cigarettes, with flavored tobacco, with all the things that we learned in this process. And I was proud to co-sponsor with you the legislation that, and truly it was a learning process, where we learned that if you don't become a cigarette smoker by the age of 18 or 19 or 20, you will never become a cigarette smoker. And that's what this campaign and this fight was all about, and Supervisor Cohen led on that. So those are 2 things that I think show a lasting, that will have a lasting impact on San Francisco, but also show the ability to lead and lead on important issues where others were not able to lead and challenge multi-billion-dollar industries. So I'm proud today to support you as my friend and as my colleague.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. I guess this is the last time I'm going to get to say President Bree. You know, Supervisor Cohen probably doesn't remember this, but I actually met her for the first time through Sharon Hewitt. And this was in Viz Valley Elementary School. I don't know if you remember that. No, you don't. I was on the school board at the time, and she says, "This woman's running. You better support her." Okay, Sharon. You know, when one choose to speak later, you begin to run out of things to say that other people haven't said already. I think all those issues that my colleagues have already pointed out and which you took a lead on are very commendable. And I certainly have seen your leadership, and I've seen you grow also from the time of Viz Valley Elementary School to now. And I guess one of the things that nobody's mentioned yet that I think you should get some credit for also is when we joined forces to support the seniors and for the passing the Dignity Fund. Was it last year or 2 years ago? So, and your leadership, I've been really, really happy with your leadership in being the budget chair. I've seen what you learned from last year and apply it for this year, and it's just made such a difference in terms of how you've grown and so forth. And I think part of why I want to support you is I've seen the leadership that you've displayed, not only on the budget committee, but also just on certain issues, in particularly asking questions about what the police department is doing and not doing, and what they should be doing. And I think you constantly stand up to a very hard set of issues with the police department. And I think because of your strength in that, we hopefully in the next 6 months we could continue to move forward. So I'm happy to support you for president.
Thank you. Supervisor Fewer.
Yes, thank you, President Breed. So I wasn't going to say anything, but I think it's so rare of an opportunity that we actually give praise to people who serve on this board. I think it's, public service is so difficult. It's one of the things I think I've learned from being on this board, that it is a very hard job, and it's a job that you take home with you every night, and you really don't ever shake it off, even on vacation. But I will say that I have really grown to respect the leadership of Supervisor Cohen. I think that what I particularly like about her is that she has integrity, and she has the courage and the moral courage, which I feel is so lacking in so many politicians and elected officials, is that she has a moral courage to really stand up. And I think that when you see someone be strong and courageous, it allows you also to look within yourself to find your own courage to make the right decisions. And I think she should be recognized for this groundbreaking legislation that she has authored, and is true about the soda tax, the sugary beverage tax. She just fought the tobacco industry. I just think she will serve us well as board president, as she will serve us well on the Board of Equalization next year. I really like the fact that if she's not that nice to me, I say to her, Malia, that's not nice, and she apologizes. But then I really, really appreciate that sometimes she is not so nice to those people that actually are really not nice to people too. And so then I look at her and I say, yeah, Malia, you go. And then I just want to say that during that hearing on Hunters Point Shipyard, completely inspired by your courage, but then also your ability to really nail them on what they have not done for your community. And I just have to say that I think that this next 6 months of you as a board president, hope to learn more from you, hope to also serve you as a member of this board, and I wish you a lot of luck, and I think that you will serve us all very, very well with a lot of integrity, a lot of courage, a lot of vision for how good we all can be.
Thank you, Supervisor Fewer. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I hope, Supervisor Cohen, you're not letting this get to your head now. No, I'm just kidding. All these kind words to your heart, yes. I guess this is a preview for all the great things that we're going to say about you. Before November, you get a preview of it. But I think I first met Supervisor Cohen when I was an intern and you were in the mayor's office. So a lot has happened to the both of us in the last decade or so. You truly know your district really well, and it's a really difficult district with so many different issues and challenges that you have to work on addressing, responding to, but also being proactive about. So I have also, like everyone else, seen you grow in this role, assume the chairwomanship of the Budget Committee, and as everyone has said, we love that you just speak your mind. So, and you make us all laugh. So thank you so much for your leadership, and look forward to seeing you in this board presidency. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Stephanie.
I just want to add that when I was actually pregnant with my daughter Gianna, I was going through the Emerge program, and I got a call one night, and she said, "Hi, this is Malia Cohen. I'm your mentor." And she was assigned to be my mentor in Emerge, and she's been my mentor since. And, you know, to have 3 Emerge women on this board and have 7 women on this board, I think is so important, and you are a fierce female leader that I look up to. And I just want to let you know that, you know, when I've been on the board a very short time, obviously, and I have worked with you as a legislative aide, but what I appreciate in you, Supervisor Cohen, is the fact that we have not always agreed. And when I've reached out to you and to learn from you, you have been so kind and gracious. And I think that's so important because we don't always agree on things. And I think it's really important that when we don't, we reach out to one another and try to learn from one another and do it in a gracious way. And I thank you for doing that recently with me. And I just want to thank you too for all the work you've done to encourage other women to run for office. You are a leader in that regard. And again, thank you for being my mentor in Emerge and continuing to be today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen, I just want to say that I am really excited to move to room 200 and have the ability to work with you as a leader of this board. We've been through a number of incredible battles together over the years, and I can't believe we've been able to make it this far. The challenges with the industries that you've stood up to, the challenges with issues in a very complicated community that's continuously neglected, how you've stood strong and tall in this chamber to defend the residents of District 10 and always putting them at the forefront of the decisions that you've been able to make. It has been incredible to watch. We have grown in these positions together, and your heart, I know, is not only for your district, it's for the city. I'm grateful for your leadership on the budget, for your leadership around cannabis, around police reforms, fighting the tobacco industry and the sugary beverage industry and all of the other great things that people had talked about on this board. It shows that you have led by example, and you will continue to be a leader here and working with your colleagues and working with me and other department heads to help us move San Francisco to a better place. And I couldn't think of anyone better and more deserving to serve in this capacity, and I am so grateful and honored for your leadership, your friendship, and your support over the years, and I am looking forward to a day when we are all doing a lot of great things for the city where we see and feel the difference, and this today is, I think, a testament of just how well you have worked with your colleagues and how you're going to be a great board president to move us in the right direction. So at this point, seeing no other names on the roster, I will ask, are there any other nominations? I will ask again as required by Angela. Are there any other nominations? There being no further nominations, nominations are now closed. Colleagues, is there any discussion? And we will now proceed with the election for board president. Madam Clerk, please present the principles for this election.
Madam President, given that there is just one name in nominations, I think we can dispense with the principles.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ooh, Angela, breaking the rules. All right, colleagues, are we ready to vote? All right, Madam Clerk, on the item, please call the roll.
When I call your name, and I'll be calling it in the roll call vote that we've taken today, you'll just mention the name and nomination that you would like to see as our next board president.
All right.
Supervisor Breed.
Cohen.
Breed for Cohen. Supervisor Cohen.
Cohen.
Cohen for Cohen. Supervisor Fewer.
Cohen.
Fewer for Cohen. Supervisor Kim. Kim for Cohen. Supervisor Peskin.
Cohen.
Peskin for Cohen. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan for Cohen. Supervisor Safai. Safai for Cohen. Supervisor Sheehy. Sheehy for Cohen. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie for Cohen. Supervisor Tang.
Malia Cohen.
Tang for Cohen. Supervisor Yee.
Yee for Cohen.
Yee for Cohen. Madam President, there are 11 ayes for Supervisor Cohen to be our next board president.
Congratulations, Supervisor Cohen, the next president of the Board of Supervisors. And at this time, we'd like to give you an opportunity to make remarks.
Okay, I have a couple of remarks. You know, I had some thoughts already organized, but when I listen to you all speak, there's a few things that I need to correct. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much. It actually means such a tremendous amount to me to be able to be elected unanimously. I know how difficult that it is for this body to make unanimous votes. I'm grateful for the kind words. Katie, it didn't go to my head, but it definitely went to my heart. And I want to say to the members of the public out there that, you know, I think I've made a heck of a career being everybody's second choice. Everybody's second choice. And this has been an amazing ride. I'll save my last remarks for December. But I want to just say a couple things. Supervisor Kim, I do remember Sharon Hewitt when she put us together, and what you don't know is there are other times when I would become almost crying to Sharon saying, Jane won't support this and she's not helping me on that. And she said, it doesn't matter, she's your sister, she's your sister. So that has truly been ingrained in it. And it is true, because when you think about it, these issues, we do rise above it. I think the sisterhood is absolutely strong, and Catherine Stephanie's touched on it a little bit, and you're able to uplift and meet people with where they are and help people along the way. And I want to just acknowledge everyone that has been with me from the beginning. I mean, this has been a tremendous growth opportunity. I was 32 when I was elected, and have been growing in a very public forum ever since. I really want to also recognize my staff and interns from the past and in the present that have helped me get here. And of course, Mom and Dad at home that are watching. And I'm going to go back to my prepared remarks so I can keep it together. Okay, in the meantime, I'm excited to work with all of you in this new role. And I want to start with the clerk of the board, Angela Calvia. Happy birthday. You've been a tremendous help to me, not only in the budget, but also just as a young elected trying to find her way in the world of politics in San Francisco. And of course, our Deputy City Attorney, John Givner, who always provides excellent counsel to me, even though I sometimes need to seek a second opinion. It's never personal, but it's always fun, I tell you. I want to also let the supervisors know that this is going to be a house that is going to always stand strong and fight for democracy and key San Francisco principles, no matter who sits up there, no matter who sits in the mayor's office. That is the charge and the oath that we take the day we are sworn in. And I'm grateful that you have seen enough in me and my character to elect me to serve the last remainder of this year as board president. The past several months, 7 to be specific, have been very difficult to get through. And each of us have been in the leadership role, navigating our friends, our family, our constituents through the tumultuous, choppy waters since the passing of Ed Lee. And so, thank you. Thank you for your unwavering service. And I just look forward to standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone to do my part to continue to improve on the lives and the citizens of all of San Francisco. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, well, at the end of this meeting, I will no longer be president, but I am honored to have served in this capacity, and I am so grateful that Supervisor Cohen has stepped up to the plate, and you all are definitely going to be in good hands. But I will be at the meeting next week for sure as well, because I will still be on the Board of Supervisors until then.
Week after next.
Oh, week after next? Okay, yes. The board is on recess, so have a wonderful 4th of July holiday, and we will see you all on July 10th. And with that, Madam Clerk, please read the in memoriams.
Madam President, given that there are no in memoriams submitted today, I just want to say thank you for your service to this department. We in the clerk's office have grown a lot working with you, and we appreciate all of your service, and we just hope you don't forget us when you go to the mayor's office. Congratulations to you.
I'm still going to send you my time, Angela.
Very good.
All right. With that, seeing no other things on the roster, Madam Clerk, are there any other items before us today?
That concludes our business for today.
We are adjourned.